this isn't taking into consideration Nigerian British, which is what we've been driving at throughout the whole of this conversation. But those are the
Okay,
only
so
2 points I wanted to make.
okay. So I mean, again, I don't see where this British Nigerian success is. Just because you know a couple of barristers and say legal investment bankers, you show me that. But the richest people in the UK are not Nigerians; they are mainly Indians and English. So I don't know where this mass second generation British Nigerian success is because I don't see it. I don't see it. The main public British Nigerian I know is KSI, who's an entertainer, Anthony Joshua, who's an entertainer, and Kimi Badenoch, who went to a second grade university and did a trash degree and ended up marrying a Jewish guy and now is in contention for the conservative leadership despite having parents who were a doctor and a professor. So she actually did worse than her parents, even though she was born in
You
the
know
UK.
this. You have to take a shot. You have to take a shot at her. Jealousy and hatred.
No, I'm just saying these are the
No,
most
no,
prominent
but hey,
ones
I
I
gotta say
know.
this
Or
though.
Skepta.
Chupu is the fakest Nigerian on the whoever come on here.
Or Skepta. How about Skepta, the grime artist called Skepta? He's British Nigerian. Those are the most prominent British Nigerians I know. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Please tell me.
You see, the reason why Asia is doing, that's why Asia is doing well, because Asia is united. They work together. The reason why we as Africans and Black people in the world, because we don't work together.
I agree
We
with
all
you.
come together. Africa is supposed to be the greatest continent in the world. We must come
I
together.
agree. I agree. It's all these people with bad energy.
Stop hating
If,
each other. Like, who
see,
cares?
I can see. I can work with people who are prideful. As far as they can get to work and get shit done, I'm ready to work with such people. Whatever they do after our work is done, it doesn't concern me. That is their business. Because what you are doing here, it doesn't affect you personally. But you are spending your time. Don't you have a wife or a girlfriend?
I do,
I
but
think this energy should be on you. To focus your energy on her.
unfortunately, I'm staying in a hotel 'cause I'm doing a night shift. I'm on my fourth night shift, and
It's
I like
crazy. It's
staying in the
crazy.
hospital.
You don't see Nigerians doing this, whereby they go on social media and be stalking other country just because they have
Are
disagreement or
you
they don't
butthurt
like
that
it.
I've exposed your lies, the
No, it's not. It's
delusions?
not about butthurt.
Is that it?
I don't find it strange because men don't behave like that. The men I know, they don't behave like that.
Yeah,
I will
and
never
men don't
stalk
brag
anyone
when they don't have much to brag about.
on social media because I don't have time for that. Because I notice
I mean, you got time
Zola,
today though.
Zola, you
other
see,
people.
Zola, I don't blame you. When you grow up in a single mother household, it's your mom you always the one you see in there, right? Cooking for you, doing things for you, start behaving like a female. When men at home and men brag, they dance, they wrestle with their sons, they give their sons confidence, they make them look superior, warriors. So the way you behave is not strange at all. You see, Nigeria and Ghana don't talk about who's more successful in UK. Rather, they work together to see if they can build themselves up. You understand me? It's only you possibility. I don't know much about the Caribbeans also. I think you came from a very tiny Caribbean island. It seems you mistakenly said something like that. It seems your Kenya father left your mom long time ago. Why will you not talk big as your mom when you know
Which
your mom
Nigeria
is a single
didn't
mother?
get.
Wait,
That's interesting.
Paizo has started a UK FBA war. What is
I
No,
going
think
on?
I
no,
think
There's
you
a
should
because
war.
focus
because
on.
because you see,
I think you
you
should
see,
focus on
you see,
Kenya. You can proud. See, you can come here and give Kenya
you
all the
can be
praise you
proud of your
want.
Kenya
That will
heritage.
not bother me
Your
because
Kenya
you have
people
the
are
right to
doing
do
your
so.
Kenya people are doing far more better in America and UK. Your Kenya people, your father people are very proud of themselves. It's just like your single mother, your Caribbean mother, who start feeding you with ketchup and rice. I've taught you how to be weak.
See, this is what I'm trying to say is when
And
people have to go and make stories and get the facts wrong in order to try and
no,
insult
no, no, no,
someone, that's quite weak.
because you're not making no sense. You talk about why they're bragging. Why would they not brag? Why would they not brag? As long as you're just like you have to brag. Is the white man not bragging? Is the
Yeah,
white man not
but then
or is
again,
the no
he
is
has
the Indian man
countries
not
that
bragging?
work.
You would
He
have
has
asked
con-
yourself, you would have gone and look for your Kenya father so that he can put in more in you. You talk about other races, other ethnicity. You forget you grouping them as collectively. But you that say somehow you come from the black race, you know grouping the whole Africa, the whole black people collectively in London. Say, oh, if
No,
we
I'm
do
not.
this thing together,
No, I'm not.
we can
No,
do
I'm
more
not.
better.
I'm not.
No,
I'm not.
rather you
I'm not.
focus on one particular people or country. You say, why are the Nigerians like this? Oh, they're not even doing they're not even doing better. They're not even doing this. They don't even when the white man said, look, this group of Nigerians, they can the way they move is something else. No, you start thinking because in the kitchen, when you helping your mother to fry pancake, your mother says
See,
this African nonsense, man.
this is
They are
factually
nonsense.
inaccurate and
You
delusional,
know?
man.
No, you're not delusional. You're the one delusional because you don't see no success in nobody. Yeah, I said anything Africa's achieved in America, the Black Americans already achieved it. You understand me? When the Nigerians came to America inside 1950 something, they didn't meet the illiterate ones. Azikiwe, Kuruma, all these guys met a very highly educated Black Americans who they discussed things with, who they allied with. That was collectively at that time. They never talk about, oh, these Africans, why are they here? That's why this Africa came to study. Why would not work together? But you, the way you sound, it seems like you went to university. I think so. But you, no, you take away your educational cap and wear the factory cap. Then you start thinking, why are they so proud? Why are they like this? Why are they bragado? Why are they so very happy? That's why I said you are like a very sadist person who from a community that's very lazy. Go back. You say why they're not going back. Why are you not going back to your as you reject your Kenyan side? Because your mother told you you're not Jamaican, because I know you're not from Jamaica. Your island is better than Kenyan side of your father. You would have seen your father's people, who they are, how proud they are. What check their society. What are they building for themselves in Kenya? Are you the one to help them to develop Kenya? Your Caribbean mother came to help them to build Kenya? No. Be very proud of your father's side and leave that your dusty ass mother's side that make you become an inferior, even to yourself and to the black race as a whole.
Damn, he left.
I'm choking from all the dust.
Sorry, to Niger, are you there to take the conversation up market a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah. So this whole energy, it's kind of weird. I don't
No,
like
he
it.
can't be. Let him reply.
Yeah,
Okay.
it cut off. But listen, all I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, I don't like it when a group of people who stayed in their homeland for thousands of years, who didn't have to go through any of the trauma that African Americans and Afro-Caribbeans had to go through, they find it funny that a couple of their rich elite get to leave their country, come to the West, and apparently outcompete massively. Although it's not massively because there still is competition. So that means oh, he interrupted me.
Don't involve Black Americans. Don't cheapen Black Americans.
No, I am because you guys do the same.
No, don't do that.
Don't again, do that. See, I can't even finish. I can't even finish.
Kidola, let him talk. Kidola, let him talk.
Can't even finish.
Involve yourself.
Let him finish his point, bro.
There you go. So it's interesting that when you go to the United States, I've heard many complain about Nigerians looking down on African Americans. In the UK, you got Nigerians looking down on Caribbeans, and it's funny that a group of people who have their elite leave the country and they still don't set the world on fire. They really don't. And they think it's so good to brag on these group of people who were removed from that, had to start from scratch, removed, and they still haven't, in many cases, haven't achieved as much of the people who were sent out to the West. If I look at the Olympics, if I look at heavyweight champions, if I look at music from African American side, then even small island like Jamaica having reggae, which had multi-generational success, I can't help but notice that this is a group of people who have underachieved massively and feel like they're success when in reality they're failing massively. And that's why I get annoyed.
Okay, we agree. Okay, let's say we fail. You see, where is this hatred coming from? For example, when we're growing up in Africa here, we listen to reggae, we listen to hip hop music, we watch a lot of Black American movie. We didn't harbor any hatred or anything. We didn't feel that they are better than us or they are taking something away from us. We didn't have that kind of feeling. It was a joy to see people that look like us do better. You understand me? That's how I was raised. Till now, I still have this value with me. Whenever I see Black people succeed, I don't care where you're from, Colombia, whatever, I always if they post the video anywhere, I always comment and give good review. I always, I'm always happy. I'm always happy. I don't hate. But what you do is that you spend time and so fixated on Nigeria. Like, did any Nigeria take something away from you? Are you losing because of a Nigerian?
No, but I don't like it when people brag a lot when there really isn't much to brag.
See,
Out of all the people I've
see,
met in my life,
see,
not one nationality has bragged as much.
People can brag. For example, let me give you an example. When
Yeah, people can complain if they want to.
When the great
It's not your place to tell them not to complain.
Thank you. When the great Muhammad Ali was bragging during his days, we Africa, they started hating on Black America because Muhammad Ali was bragging. Even Floyd bragged. No one hate on him. That's just his personality. We just regard, okay, that's the person's personality. Whoever, not all Nigeria go about and brag. Those that brag, let them brag. It's not your headache. You can also do the same or just ignore them. It is simple.
James Brown brag to stand up for himself. Most people brag.
No.
You see,
I'm allowed to.
Because now you want to drag in the Black Americans. That hate rap song now because they brag.
Because now you want to drag in the Black Americans because you know your tiny island. There's nothing there to write home about.
No, actually, that's where you. That's Kadola. That's why I'm going to push back on that because my.
Okay.
Let me finish. Can I finish? Because
no. Kidola, I think we should not even insult the Caribbean. Let's be honest. Let's focus on him because
no, you could insult.
That's where it gets his ideology. See, what he's doing right is a perfect example of the hatred that the Caribbeans have for the Africans since the late 60s. You understand me? Down to 90s. You understand me? So he have that eyes because the mother is in that generation at that time. So what you see is a guy that sits somewhere, possibility when he was a little boy, maybe his mom has said, these Africans are a piece of shit, right? He would say, they start repeating it.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what happened.
But your mom, when your mom was able to have a partner in a Kenyan man, but you just rejected that side. Have you ever seen whereby a Kenyan or Nigeria said they're better than Kenya? Or Kenya said they're better than Nigeria? It does not exist. Them and okay, this Nigeria's brag.
People just spend energy on anywhere Nigeria post anything. It's always there quickly. Oh, Nigeria did
no. See, can I respond?
It's a bad energy.
When can I respond?
Yo, stop jumping here with this Nigeria shit.
No,
one at a time.
I think you said you are a doctor. You are a doctor. Doctor shouldn't be behaving like that.
And you want to involve Nigerians and Black Americans together. Talk about your tiny island, the island where there's no drinking water.
Okay.
Talk about your spotty water. Talk about your coconut.
Okay.
No need. Because there are great people from that place. People like
I think you said you are from St. What? If I bring caterpillar in your island, I cannot turn my caterpillar in your island.
See, can I respond now? Can I respond?
Respond.
And this is what I'm so this is my point I'm trying to say is that you see how he brags about being on a small landmass, but still these people still manage to have, global prominence. They still manage to have world-class athletes, win Olympic medals, beat Anthony Joshua. Let me finish. Can I finish? Beat Anthony Joshua, have lower poverty rates and have a higher development index despite having smaller resources. You still want to mention the fact that because you had no control over the fact that you were born on a big landmass, you still use that as a way to put other people down. And that shows you the low quality and lack of achievement that you have to brag about things that you didn't even earn. You didn't even earn that, but you used that.
Hold on, Zulia, you brought this on yourself. You always
no. I'm using.
Okay, hold on.
I can't even finish. Hold on. I'm not wasting my time with this. This is a waste of time. You
do that already. You spend your energy. You spend your energy on negative things. Whenever you see anything about Nigeria, you wetting or or
I mean,
pouring
but
and
y'all is up here jumping and not
and
making it look no
How
better,
many
bro.
how
Y'all can
many
let the man
hospitals
talk.
how many
Stop
hospitals
jumping
in
the
your
man.
island? How
okay,
many hospitals in your
Yeah,
island?
yeah.
The island you claim me, right?
okay.
The
Okay.
island
Kidola,
you claim
Kidola,
me.
it's okay,
How many
Kidola.
hospitals
Allow
do
him
you have
to
in
speak.
your island?
Kidola, it's
How
okay.
many
It's
schools
okay,
do you have in
Kidola.
your island? Let's talk about that because
He don't
you
like to
always say
talk.
No,
Africans do not
It's
go
all
Kidola,
back.
right.
Kidola,
Tell me your
leave
hospital.
He like to
Tell
go
me,
on
him.
rants.
tell me
He
your
need his
school.
own little
Tell
segment of
me your
Kaiser.
hospital there.
Kidola, it's okay, Kidola.
No,
It's
because
okay.
Okay,
it's
so
always jump. He rejects.
okay,
This guy rejected back.
I can't even respond.
Every time
I'm
he came
gonna
here,
back out.
he rejected back his father's side. Always see things from the eyes of his mother. You understand me? That's why I say, oh, why they're not going back? Why what's your mother doing in London?
He's
Why
a
is your mother not
doctor.
going back to that tiny island you're coming from? So that you can go and eat your coconut there and dance possibility your calypso there. You know, you cannot just come every time, oh, Nigerians are this, Nigerians are that. Focus on yourself. Talk about your achievement. Talk about your own place. You know,
It's
he's
a
always
bad
doing this
energy.
nonsense.
Israel was the champion for a long time. He lost. He came on social media, was jumping.
Talk about Olympics. You forget
Guess
about
what? Guess
Nigeria
what?
Africans.
When
Nigeria
the other
Africans
guy, the
control the
other
jumping.
black Caribbean guy, when he beat Anthony Joshua, I didn't feel any resentment. I was happy because that's a person of the touch. That guy is about 26 or so. He's a young guy, so it was the right time for Anthony Joshua to pass the torch. So that was a great win. I didn't feel it was a good fight. I didn't feel any animosity. I didn't go online start tapping. Oh, this. No, fellow,
Anybody
another
can
fellow
win.
black.
Anybody can win
Guess
a
what?
fight.
I'm not going to lie. If it was a white person that beat him, I would have been mad and angry. But it was another fellow black person. I didn't feel anything at all.
If it's
You
a white man
understand me?
that beat
I was
me,
happy.
if it's a white man
Let
that
me
beat Tony
hear it.
Joshua, I didn't feel nothing because it's a fight. It's a box. It's in a ring.
Thank you.
They all have their
One
rules
person
there.
must win.
One
The
person
good thing is
must
that
win the sport.
Kidola, it was another black guy that actually beat him. That was a good one. I'm not going to hate on that.
You contrary. You want to
It's
check the
better than
Nigerian
we
papers
see
for
another.
education.
We see
You want to check the Nigerian papers for success. You want to check the Nigerian papers for everything. Okay, let me check yours also. They check your where you're coming from, also your island, also that even a machine cannot even turn in that island.
So
I don't want to attack his father's side because his father's from Kenya. This guy rejected his father's territory. They brought the hate to Africans. So that's what the mother told her. It told him.
Another thing, Kidola, another thing is that both of them brought a lot of economic activity that very night. A lot of hotels were sold out. 90,000 capacity stadium sold out. So that was a lot of economic activity. So us as black people, that's a great achievement that was done in UK that very weekend. So that was a good economic activity. So there is no need to be. So, if, for example, if I'm happy about that kind of something, does that mean I'm not bragging? That was a success. A successful event. Both sides make money. Anthony Joshua make money. The new guy, Daniel Dubois, also make a lot of money. It's a win-win for both sides.
Now continue fighting. I love it when discount tea guzzlers are fighting. Continue.
No, we're not like fighting. Just this dude always come and start checking Africans' papers, start checking this. That's what he hates his father. That's just the truth. You know, he hates his father. You know, I'm not surprised because that's what actually happened. He's from the generation back. The mother said him that said the Africans are piece of shit. You understand? But you forget that, sorry, you far more piece of shit than the Africans. That's just the truth.
I don't really care about it, like straight up.
But nobody care, but he grouped the Indians and the Pakistanis and the Bangladesh as one group. But he want to separate the black people as not one race. That's no. You have to make it collectively. Let the black race join together.
Did Julia do a lower Q again and did something? Did he do his tea and crumpets logic again? Did he really put Indians?
I don't think he hate Nigeria. He hate Africans generally.
No. Did he just put Pakistani and Africans together?
No, he grouped Pakistani and the Indians and the other one as Asia together. But he forget that if you live in a country where race matter, ethnicity, the Jamaicans, all the Caribbean islands, you have to group them with the Africans together as one ethnic race, which is black. So okay, we're failing is this. We have to do more better so that we can counter this other one, so that we can have possibility more real estate to our name, so that we can stop renting from the Indians and the Pakistanis. That's how I thought you would have behaved. But every time,
hold on. The Pakistanis are out here in the tea and crumpet lands being good. The Indians I understand, but the Pakistanis actually are winning in the land of bad teeth.
When you look at all this, I don't even understand why we are fighting about all these things. I think we should actually focus on how to work together and make money. For example, the first guy that called in here, he was complaining about the UK, and I gave different opinion. I said, okay, if so, go to Africa to set up a business, or go to the US, go to Australia. There are opportunities in those locations. You have British passport. Go to Canada. Then he said he was like he will never go to Africa because we sold them and all that. I said, okay, no problem. You go back to your own country. All of a sudden he said, oh, the island is too small. It's too small. That nothing. So people will always create excuse for everything. So such people, they don't actually they don't look for solutions. They just want to complain and rant.
Wow, and do you realize that right now? You didn't realize that months ago.
What I notice about all these people is this. You see, the Africans generally don't behave like them. So because the African doesn't behave like them, they have a problem with that, because the Africans sometimes quiet and do their own thing. And look, that's why I say I never believe in B1 or B2 or B3. And for pro everybody, be you white, be you green, be you Asia, if you love me, I love you. You know, I like all race. Be you anything, but don't come and say that B1 to me, B2 to me, B3 to me. I love it white, I love it green, I love it yellow. Doesn't matter what color you are.
Hey,
you know,
I don't know what
Juju, let me say something, Juju. If he's on live speaking, yeah, he's normally speak nice, but when he's not online, he's typing on this platform. You will see some of the rubbish he posts, he type. So what he was doing on the platform was different from what he normally does when he's commenting. You understand me? He doesn't have the balls to actually speak when he's on the live platform.
Something in London or UK, has the Jamaicans ever create job that the Africans are working for?
No. Kidola, we shouldn't like.
No, we can go dirty if you want us to go.
Let's focus. No, let's focus.
So we'll be talking about.
I don't believe
no. Let's not be honest.
Island,
I can go on trolling. Hold
on. My elder. Let me help you. Let me help you.
Okay, no, let me just me 2 seconds.
But you're learning nowhere.
Okay, give me statement, just 2 seconds. Sometimes we attack the Black Americans here. Sometimes we fight here on this YouTube street, but we'll be quiet about the Caribbeans for their evil deeds that sometimes they spell against the Africans. You understand me? Let's just
calm down.
No, check it all. First of all, we're talking about Zulia. Zulia doesn't have no flag. He's just an agent on his own, a private citizen. He has no group. He never has no group. So attacking any group is actually helping Zulia, because he has nothing. So I don't know why you're wasting time on him. Like, if he, give it 100, he triggered you elders. That is normal because you're old. I get it. Old people are easy to trigger. But to keep 100, I wish for once we actually had an intellectual debate with Zulia. but we cannot have it. We had it once, and he was wrong on his facts. And instead of adapting to facts, he stayed on it because he's just here to preach. So I don't know. It's like I have an argument with Judah, and I don't get it why you guys always get so heated over those people. Don't get it.
No. See, the issue I have, for example, you won't see me focusing my attention on any group on this platform. Like I will just go on their platform. Any platform I go to, I will just be bashing one particular group. You won't see me do it because I don't have that kind of. Because I actually just like black people in general. You understand? I want to see black people do great things and be successful. You understand me? That's my mindset. You won't see me going on any this thing. No, but whenever there's any issue on Nigeria, any platform, you go to Diners, you go to Demos. When it's on the platform, it's always about negative stuff about Nigeria. It's just.
So you get it wrong, eh? Don't just say black people. You have to love everybody. I'm not into that damn shit with black race at all. I'm not buying into the.
Hold on,
let me tell you one thing. No.
We have to see.
No. When you get help,
hold on.
Let me tell you one thing. People that
This is the problem with black people. Black people, we see us as black people. We actually fail to. No. We actually fail to make ourselves know who is our enemy because we seem to be friends with everybody. No. See, just because white people just because white people deal with us doesn't mean
JD, shut the fuck up, JD. You are half a troll. You're even more bad at trolling as fucking Musanda. And he is a South African, so don't give me such shit like you are actually wanting a good debate. You can continue, elders.
There's no enemy. But look, for me, there's no enemy. There's no enemy because you did take my plate, you did take my food, you did take my shoe, you did take my land, you did take nothing. Why should I consider you as an enemy? Whereby I can even do business with you. Let me tell you, there's a certain place you will be that people will show you more favor might not come from your race or black race. Your black race will be looking at you with a very angry eyes. Even when you say hi, it will not even answer to your call. You understand me? So I always see people as the same. The way you treat me, that's the way I will treat you. There is no permanent friend, there's no permanent enemy. You are not my enemy, but you're not my friend. If I know you, you can be my friend. If I don't know you, no problem. We can be, cordial. We can have good time, talk, share view. For our business, we do business. Don't ever see other race as your enemy because your business might not come from people with the same race with you because those are people that will fuck you up. Person like this guy that just left, Can you call that one because it's a black race? You say that is your part of your family race? Hell no. I like it white. I like it China man. I like it India man. I like it anything.
Amen. Nothing personally against your elders, but Zulia got you good. Like he got you good. But like I said, it's not that hard making old people mad.
You're right, Kidola, calm down. Forget about the guy. He will not change. So you are not going to change his view. So let him just be.
No. You did get me. I already just felt. He reject his Kenya side. He always want to claim the Caribbean side. Why Kazu is like his half brother.
Hold on, he claims shit?
Yes.
No. Actually, does he claim shit? I thought he was a free agent.
Kenya. He always claimed the Caribbean side. Only when you force him, he said, I'm Kenya. That was a look at Kenya. They're doing pretty well.
Did Zulia ever claim the Caribbean side? I can remember.
Yes.
I can remember very strongly when we had islanders, also different islanders in a beef. Very rare, and Zulia was shitting on all of them, like straight out. I don't know if he actually claims them, but he does that shit just because.
Said it's from one tiny island.
I think he's lying. Believe me, in my mind, I believe he's from Somalia or Ethiopia, those regions.
No, it's from the Caribbean.
So that's what I think. He's lying because none of us know him. I believe either Kenya, Somalia, or Ethiopia. He's from that region.
Kenya people don't talk. Africans don't talk like him.
No,
That's just
see,
good.
no. If Somalia do talk like that, I believe he is a Somali.
Kaizo can be a little bit something else.
Because he sound like all this Somali really.
No. That guy is partly
So let's not
Caribbean.
just insult.
Nah.
No. Don't bring the Somalis in. The Somalis are special.
Somali.
It's a special kind of brain rot. Like Somalis, even if it's their own selloutness and coonishness, and I try to genocide my brothers, my actual kinsmen, so still has that African energy to it. Like don't bring in Somalis, like straight up. Like
look at your Kenyan side; they're doing pretty well. Why you always want to knock Africans all the time? Or you knock Nigerians, anything when it comes to Africa. Look, life is different. In a society like this, we have to be collectively in a place whereby I put collectively, right? Question mark, just because it's a zone whereby there's race there. But you want to group the Indians and all of them together, they're doing well, they're doing this. Then you can criticize the black race or why the black race.
Are you sure he was talking about Pakistani, not Bangladeshi?
No, it's a Bangladesh also.
Okay, because the Pakistani, I don't understand.
I think it grew up from a home whereby the mom hates his dad. That's just true, though. He didn't have that.
No. I think it's not like that. He just had issue with Nigeria. I believe he has had bad experience with Nigeria. For example, when people brag, I don't take it personal. That's just their, I believe that's just their personality.
I can brag, bro. No problem, because I have to blow my own ego, bro. There's nobody who help me to blow my ego. All this hip hop you're watching, the black Americans watch, they brag. That's why hip hop sell everywhere. You think that those are hip hop will be worldwide market? Hell no. They brag. They talk about their Lamborghini, their Bentley. They talk about their mansion.
But this is America. This is America. So
yeah, but Africans also brag. You have to brag. You have to blow your own.
It's human nature. That's why I personally I had the discussion. I don't know why he always try to go for the lowest denominator, like straight retard shit. But hey, everyone does his own shit. Like, for example, what I love, because you people are not overseer with the African Americans, I goes on telling say overseer. What Umar Johnson did when he was on that podcast asking, actually, what did hip hop actually do for the community? And they couldn't answer one question.
Let me just tell you the truth, Mr. UFC, right? I'll just tell you the truth. There's one certain time, I think I was even in London, when the Jamaica guy pull up that deadly thing on one Nigerian guy, while I was waiting for this guy somewhere so that we can go and eat African food. You understand me? We're just in the quiet corner in London there. This was 1996. A Jamaican guy pull up the deadly thing that can just delete you in a second. Pull up on him and said, you fucking Africans, I want your money. While I was waiting my friend to come and eat. Then the guy keeps saying, man, see the
JD, chill out. Go to Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson make it very clear. You ain't.
I said, but I've been waiting for you to see what happened. He said, man, he said this Jamaican guy just pulled up something on me and took my wallet. I call him, you fucking African. That was 1996. You see, we here talking sometimes. This Jamaica ain't good for nothing too, bro.
Ola, why are you hating on the Jamaicans? What did the Jamaicans always do to you?
Don't allow.
Sometimes we want to sugarcoat things quiet first.
No. See.
Came from the Jamaicans.
Man, that American burger eating side of yours is coming through, Ola.
The Jamaicans started first that shit, bro. That's that shit first, bro. That was 1996, bro. What hell?
1996.
I want to say something.
I was not even alive. Ola, please.
That's what I said. I'm an old school dude. I know this fucking game, bro.
1996. Ola,
That's you, bro. That's you, bro. They call you Bobo Clark. You be in the bus, bro. The motherfucker will be looking for your trouble, bro. What's up is that shit? Motherfucker come here be talking nonsense out of his
Kidola.
mouth.
Calm down, Kidola.
1996.
That's way back. That's a long time ago, man.
Back, you know. That's why I told you that I know this. I know these people. I know what they're doing, man. They see you, they call you bomber clad, they insult you. Until you finally give some certain things on their nose before they start behaving well. You know?
Yeah, damn.
This can we just, for
Let me tell you
example,
what, the fight
if you don't like loudmouth Nigeria, just ignore them. Look for other Africans to work
guy
with.
called White. The same guy was also making fun of Joshua name also. He said, is Joshua name not Femi something, but why Joshua not using his name? The guy started referring to Joshua on his African's name. I forget this bossa called White something. He's from the Caribbean.
Why are you bringing up personal stories now?
No.
Kidola. You know what I'm saying?
No, Kidola, hold on.
This Zola just came here. This Zola just came here and wake up some of the sleeping things that I have.
Kidola. Jury, hold on. Kidola, let me explain to you. If you understand bossing, there's what you call the fight game. You have to promote the fight. You have to sell the fight. And in doing so, you have to say some certain things against your opponent. So don't take it personal. That's how to sell fights. You understand me? You don't take these things personal. It's just a game. Even if you look at the Joshua, didn't take it personal. It's just a way to sell fight. Yeah.
That's what I told you. I don't fuck with these dudes, man.
No, you should be angry. That just fight selling. You were just selling the fight. It doesn't mean
but sometimes you know the truth about this.
It doesn't mean he hates us to the Joshua.
This dude come here be talking nonsense out of his mouth. I just keep quiet, be looking at him, man. I know your people, man.
Man, Kidola, you are the perfect example of selling something. Like you are the best example of people. When I talk something and I can tell you on something.
No, I'm not trying to slander this. It's just what I notice. See, for example, let's say you know me on this platform. Maybe you are on Afrodemus channel. All I do is just commenting and hate on Black America. Then you go on Diners, I do the same thing. You go on Pan Africa Strike Back, I do the same thing. You come here, I do the same thing. Don't you? You will find that strange.
Now, but John. Who do you love more? Who do you love more? Do you love Judah more? No. Do you love Judah more? No, Cha. Do you love Tunisia, Judah, or Zule? Do you love more, Ja? Because all three for me, all three of them are insane. Like who's more insane? Judah, Tunisia, or Zulia? You can even throw in expansionist.
No, it's Ja. It seems like this is the first time you have seen Julia. I've known Julia for like more than 3 years now on this platform. You understand me? It's not. I won't raise this issue if you just said only just today. You understand me? That would be normal. But his name is very unique, Zulia. So he's the only Zulia I know with the picture on his this. So when I always look at comment section, I see what he normally types. So I'm not trying to blame him or anything.
UFC, he is trolling you. He was there in the debates. He knows who he is. He knows who he is. He's just trolling you. I don't know.
It's not a see, Snake Man. I won't focus on my energy on any group or maybe South Africa or this. I will not do it. Why will I do? For what gain? Well, any channel I just go to when it's
but he's trolling you. He's trolling you right now because
guess what? I don't comment. I barely engage him on this thing, but I see his comment. So it's not that he normally come for me. If he come for me, I would know. Okay, it is me that is.
All right. I'm here.
Hey, Ama, what's good? Long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's been a while.
It's so interesting because Nakamizi apparently paid to get me blocked, but now he's no longer showing up. Man, look, them FBAs, and let me make something very clear, okay?
Okay.
There is a difference between a Black American and an FBA/ADOS. Let me say it again. There is a difference between a Black American and FBA/ADOS. Black Americans know they're from Africa. FBA and ADOS think they're Native Americans. So let's keep that in mind. But going back to what y'all talking about, look, I don't, and this may get some folks in the panel triggered, but I don't blame the rest of the diaspora for not wanting to associate with Africans. I don't. Think about this for example, right? Non-Black people don't even want to associate with Africa because when they look at the continent, they see Black people can't get their act together. Critical thinker, what are you talking about? I go on FBAs all the time. In fact, I get don't get me started. I've been going at war with Twig Nasheed, but that's a separate issue. We have to ask ourselves that question. One, a lot of Black Americans, a lot of Black people in the Caribbean, they do, and let's be honest about that, right? They do feel, and I've heard this from Black Americans through the normal ones, not the ones online who are losing their minds. All of them, even Caribbeans, right, do feel a sense of anger and resentment because they were sold. Was some captured? Yes. Was a lot of it done under duress? Yes. Was it different because it was a prisoner of war? Yes. But that doesn't change the fact that for a lot of these people, when they look at the history, it shows them that, no, a lot of y'all were just sold. And I think what makes it even worse for them is that not only they were sold, but they feel like the same Africans who sold them then don't, accept them back, try to belittle them, try to say they're not African enough, even though they feel like we're the reason they're in the situation to begin with. Think about a Black American, for example. We know what they've been through in America, from slavery to Jim Crow to permanent underclass. Now, put yourself. Now, look, as a West African, I understand what we went through when we go to college. I get that. But put yourself in the shoes of some of these people. A lot of our situations is just bad leadership. It's because you have folks who are selling us out, even to this day, still selling us out. Right? Look at Nigeria. Nigeria should be the Black superpower on the planet. That's what you should be. Y'all know I'm Cameroonian. We're right next to Nigerians. Have you ever heard us Cameroonians talk about Nigerians? No. There's millions of y'all in our country. You hear nothing from us. We don't have a problem with you guys. In many ways, we feel like you guys are losing the ball. Europeans have the United States as their as the white superpower on the global stage. The Asians have China. The Middle Easterners have essentially Turkey and Saudi Arabia. South Americans, like the mestizos, they have Brazil, Argentina. Even when it comes to Africa, they have Morocco and Egypt. What do Black folks have? What country can I point to and say, hey, this is the sort of the superpower nation for Black people? It should be Nigeria. That's what it should be. But they have not delivered, have they? Now, unfortunately, the only place we can look to is South Africa, which doesn't count because we know what South Africa is. It's a white society. The white settlers in South Africa control the wealth, so they don't even count. So the fact that the most industrialized country on the African continent is one that is essentially the wealth is in the hands of white people, that's a damning image for Black Africans. So my thing is that I, as a West African immigrant, as I understand the pain. I get that, how men of the white, I understand, why that may make us feel certain kind of way. But when you step back for a moment and you look at it from the point of view they're coming from, you can understand it. If you're a Black American living in the United States facing racism, if you're a Black person living in Jamaica, or right, you feel like your situation is only the way it is because your ancestors sold you out. We know it's more complex than that, but that's how you feel. And to some extent, it's somewhat true. And to make it even worse, when you look at your mother continent, it's in a worse shape. Why would I want to associate with Africa if I'm from the United States? When all I see on television is folks with cans on their head. We gotta be honest about that. So I don't worry, I'll let you guys speak. So I'm gonna say this really quickly.
Okay, let me say this.
Let me finish.
Let him cook. Let him finish,
and then you continue. Black Africans need to understand is that people or human beings in general, okay, they want to feel proud of their ancestry. That's the reality, okay? For example, back then, being African wasn't cool. Then when Afrobeats came along, it's cool now. When African nations, Black African states rise, this will not be a conversation. They'll be running. You saw how they reacted to Wakanda. Why? Why did Black diasporans react to Wakanda the way it did? Because of the image of a Black country with power. So let's work towards that. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, just make it very short. Me and Hammer actually agree on 99%. The only thing is that we don't agree how to execute the thing. So I don't really have anything to say. That's why when I say Zulia is always grappling on the lowest denominator, and then I'm not actually going into the high tier of bullshit. And that's why I disagree with him, actually, because for me, it's just white booty kissing. At this point, we're not actually criticizing. Like, there's a difference.
Yes, but you have to understand I'm trying to help you understand. Look, we understand as human beings.
Yeah, I understand
a lot of our behavior is subconscious. Let's keep it real. Okay? If you grow up in a country, there's a lot of things that are subconsciously put in you. You're supposed to behave this way. And a lot of times, you don't even seriously, you have to catch yourself. It's subconscious.
No,
I'm trying to help you understand, and all the people on the panel, put yourself in the shoes of a Black American, a Black Caribbean, where they look up, they see the racism, they see their situation, and then when they look towards the motherlands, they're seeing Boko Haram. They're seeing
that is okay. That is okay. First of all, barely anyone of them actually know what Boko Haram is. But the only thing I'm doing.
It's a perception that matters.
That is okay. It's the only thing I'm saying. Okay, when you're over here, I am here. We can talk about it. I'm supporting you. That's why I'm called the African American Booty Clapper. That's not my title over here. But I just say, okay, keep it at least IQ level 120. Like that Tariq Nasheed shit, you can leave it over saying the rest. That's okay.
I don't even like Tariq Nasheed. I go all the time. Tariq Nasheed is a grifter. And to be honest with you, Tariq
Nasheed... Ogo Juice!
Yeah, but look, Tariq Nasheed, in my opinion, is a reflection of that. Look, do you think that Tariq and his followers don't know that they're from Africa? Come on. Not dumb. Okay?
Amma.
Yes, go ahead.
Everything you said, I think I'm not going to dispute it. I believe that that's why whenever we have conversation here, I'm mostly focused on economy, also education and economy, not just education only, but most people just talk about education and forget the real thing, which is the economy. That's why people don't pay attention to the West. The West may allow you to become leader in their whatever politics and all that. But guess where they will not allow you to touch the economy. They don't
Yes.
play with anybody with that. They can kill you, destroy your nation because of economy issue. They don't play with it. Black people we need to focus more on economic development, building businesses, growing local production. Also, we need to reduce our consumption of foreign product. For example, Nigeria was here earlier. All he discussed about dollar. We don't spend dollar in Nigeria. We spend naira. Any Nigeria in Nigeria barely speak of naira. Naira is what we spend, but every attention is on dollar. You are not America is not Nigeria. Nigeria is not America. Let's focus on developing local industry, and scale some of our businesses. That should be the focus.
Yeah, but
But when
Hammer has a point. For example, when I bring up the greatest Nigerian kryptonite, local taxes, statewide taxes, it doesn't matter if you are Muslim, Christian, communist, capitalist. For some reason, when I start to mention taxes, what is a problem? All Nigerians close ranks and jump me.
No, I mean, I'm fully in support with you when it comes to tax. That let's at least we see. That's the thing. I agree with you. This thing, Snake Man. Most Nigerians don't want to pay for the kind of country they want to live in. They don't want to pay for it. Everybody wants everything for free. If we want a America style kind of country whereby everywhere is developed, are we willing to pay for it? Are we willing to pay 30% or 40% tax? That is the issue. Are we willing to pay property tax? Ask many people, many Nigerians, they will tell you no, they don't want such thing. So the country we want, we are not ready to pay for it. That's just the thing. That's why the development is very slow. It's not that there is none, but it's very slow.
I just wanted to point out that there are some issues, like it's painful sometimes.
It's crazy. For example, one of church leader in Nigeria just announced he want to build a private health feed in his one of his university. That means he wants to be able to just fly from his Avion's private airport. So you can see the reason for that is that these people make billions of dollars every year. They don't pay tax to the government. But when you go out there and said, okay, let religion leaders start paying tax, everyone will call you a Lucifer and a devil. So let's keep on deceiving ourselves and not do what is need to be done to get the country moving.
But one thing I have to say is when we have this diaspora discussions, that's why I say I'm only here to keep the quality up. Is, for example, I don't like it, but when I just dismantle the hypocrisy of Pan-Africanism and say I agree with chaotic truths, even he's a fucking coon sellout, but he has some facts. Is that if like when we talk about Pan-Africanism, it's always like two retarded kids eating crayons. Like we had a discussion and it always comes up, why doesn't function in Africa? And I say, why shouldn't it function in Africa when it doesn't even function on the continent where it was created, aka America? Like I always asked, okay, you talk about Pan-Africanism. What is a Pan-Africanism in North America? Like, well, how does it look like? It doesn't exist. What is a Pan-African in South America? It doesn't exist. So that's why I always say, when I am talking is, okay, why do not we start, okay, what is the reality? And from there we go. Why must we always start in level 13, Yakubian space pilot flying to the 13th dimension to meet the Almighty God who was black?
Look, here's the reality, okay? When it comes to Black South Africans, I'm not worried about them. They've been kicking the can down the road when it comes to white settlers for a long time. I think eventually they're gonna make a choice. They're either gonna have to start putting hands on those white folks or accept being a permanent underclass. That's what's coming to. But outside of that, look, the Black Flag is serious. I think Black Africa is not serious enough. I don't think Black Africans understand how close we were to ending up like Native Americans. I don't think we understand that.
Very close.
It was so close.
Yep.
And we only, we somehow survived that situation. My fear is we can never be allowed to be caught lacking like that again. Because next time there won't be a second chance. You see what's happening in North and South America. Once you lose your homeland, there is no going back. That's permanent.
I know.
So my thing is this: white folks have already engaged in pan-Europeanism. Yes, they don't have an official, white league, but the way they operate, I'll give you an example. When the United States president says the West, who's talking about? What does he mean when he says we're fighting for the West? He's not talking about Africans. He's not talking about Caribbeans. He's talking about white European countries. White countries, United States, Canada, Europe, Australia, New Zealand. Even their allies like South Korea and Japan are not considered the West because they're not white. They're honorary whites, but not white. We all know what the West means. When you have, the leader of Iran, the Hezbollah, and them talking about pan-Arabism. What are they talking about? They may have the Sunni Shia divisions, but the moment Africa, look, right now in Lebanon, I don't know if you know this, Niger, African migrants are literally being left out to die.
Oh, I know.
After being bombed by the Israelis, they still find a way to push black folks to the streets.
Yep.
That's how cold they are. And
that's why I don't. That's why I don't get. That's why I don't care about Palestine really. Because, but think about it. They never tell. Okay, who actually got a harder state when the first wave hit? Who was the people on the street when the first wave hit for Israel?
Black people, black Africans. Yeah.
Yeah.
But look, but I'm saying is that think about that for example. We know that in the Arab world, they fight each other all the time over Sunni Shia and the religious sects. We know that. They even have Christian Lebanese, right? But when push came to shove, it was race first. You have the Moroccans, the Algerians, what's it called? Even Mauritania, which is the Arabs, essentially slowly genociding the black people there. Look at Sudan. South Sudan broke away because they essentially want to be under Arab domination. They're essentially cleansing the remaining black bloods in Sudan, the far. Look at Egypt. Look at the Middle East.
To this day.
They engage, in pan-Arabism. And when it comes to Asia, the Chinese and the Japanese hate each other. The Chinese have resentment over World War II. And go search up Nanjing and how the Japanese, all the atrocities commit on the Chinese. But guess what? The moment you step in their countries, they all get on code. Go search up black Africans who go to East Asia. Korea.
All the money is now for secret police that can follow us to the fucking
exactly. Korea, China, Japan. They hate each other. They have a long history. But you step in the room and they all get on code.
Yep.
Even when it comes to the South Americans, even though the South Americans are mixed, right? Because the native population was wiped out. They have a racial caste system called Nueva Raza, bettering the race, where the blancos are at the top, the mestizos are in the middle, the blacks and indigenous at the bottom. And even then, the mestizos may have this thing about whites in them, but guess what? When the blacks enter the room, mestizos and the whites get on code.
There's a quickness.
It's not a coincidence that all those countries, black people at the bottom. What I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to help you understand is that they don't need an official union. That's what I'm talking about. They don't need an official ideology to operate in their own form of sort of diaspora unity. Technically, yes, that there is no pan-European, quote unquote, union like that. But you have European Union, but there's none of that. But they engage in that nonetheless. If you look at their behavior,
They're always trying. It's always basically I can even co-sign it. So always try so shit. It's only that at the end when they're nearly at the finish line, so that tribalism kicks in and everything crumbles. But like the 90% of the time, they're moving in the same direction. It's only the finish line with
look, you always got differences. That doesn't matter to me. The point is, when it matters, are you on code? That's what that matters to me. Folks can have, Black Africans can go at each other all the time. But when the Asian man comes in place, are you all on code? That's all that matters. They understand this. They can bomb each other I'll give you a great example. The Russians invade Ukraine. They're bombing each other. But guess what happened to the Black Africans? Magically, they're fighting each other in war, but they block Black Africans on buses, right?
Yeah.
What did I tell you?
Black Africa was treated like animal. It's crazy, man.
And they're literally killing each other at the same time, but still come together to keep you out.
You are right.
Now, what I'm saying here is this. We may feel any kind of way, but think about how, now if this is how other non-Black people view us, imagine how the diaspora views us. Imagine.
See, okay, let me say another thing now. Let me also say a thing.
Okay,
there are some of our Black people that always do everything to look nice in front of white people. That normally pisses me off.
Kaiser.
A person like Kaiser would do that. A person like Zulia would do that because they believe the white are the one to set the standard on how to behave and all that. I don't give a fuck. I don't follow that kind of standard. We should do our own thing. They should not be the one to set standard. So how to behave, how to do things. But you see, some of our people, they look up to, I'm not going to lie, they look up to the white man. You understand me?
It's not the white man. It's everyone who's not. Who's talking?
Can I go very quickly because after that I leave the panel. Emma,
go ahead.
we know we agree on nearly all topics, but the one thing we disagree is, and I hope I converted you, we have to whoop it in. We have to cage that shit in. We cannot preach it. You can preach it at the side, but the main conversion would be force. I will die on that hill. I will die on that hill because I was the one who predicted the North-South split when all the Nigerian water-guzzling French baguette-eating coons were, no, Snake Man, no, what are you talking about? No! That's why I say force. It's the only way. I know some of you want to make it humane. Some of you want to because we love the brothers.
Yes. It will. Violence will be needed. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
So you agree with this? You agree with this, Hammer? Because that's the only point we actually disagreed.
Yeah, changing hearts and mind is important, but in the end, yes, you are going to need violence in the end. That's true.
I agree. So some form of violence needs to be applied because Nigeria needs that.
Yes, I'm converting.
No. Listen, on that, I actually agree with you 100% because Nigeria needs it urgently. Because some of our people are not behaving well. They don't see. They always ignore the right thing and do the wrong thing. For example, if you are in a system now, you are trying to face the system and face the problem, people will always go against you. For example, recently, the former DG of SSS was retired. Guess what? I saw a video of some of the workers in the department. Like, they were just jumping up and happy and, that he's been let go. Guess what? When Nigerians do that, you know that person that just left, he was someone that is very disciplined and wants people to do what is right. He didn't allow corruption, maybe, during his time. Because that's the thing. Whenever you try to do what is right, people will hate on you.
Let's just be honest. I know you talk nice. I like it. But that doesn't mean that this jerk chicken will not hate you.
Come on, Kidola.
Just let it go, Kidola. Let it
No, I
go.
let it go.
Kidola,
Until
no,
this,
everyone is not going to like us.
until this
Come
guy,
on.
until this
Kidola,
guy
don't
that
worry.
came, Zola that came in here and started talking spit. I want to tell him my jollof rice is better than the jerk chicken.
Oh,
You know what I'm
come
saying?
on, Kidola.
Do you not
Let me talk to
understand?
Ola.
Hammer, do you
Let me
know?
talk to
No,
Ola.
very
Let me talk to
shortly. Hammer, do you understand with which generation I grew up? These are my elders who are
Yeah, I
talking.
know, but let me talk to him directly because I want to talk to him directly. Ola, let me say something, okay? Let me ask you a question, okay? Why should a Jamaican respect you as an African? Ola, are you there? Ola.
No, I'm here. I don't have a problem with the
Yeah.
Jamaicans. But
Yeah.
the Jamaicans have a problem
I'm
with
gonna
me
ask you and by the way, I'm West African too. I'm asking you a question. No, this is not. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just asking you a general question. Why should a Jamaican respect you as an African?
I don't want them to respect me, but
You don't want them to respect you?
No, just be yourself.
Doesn't sound like it.
Really? So then, why do you care about him insulting you on the panel?
No, he start insulting.
So why is that a problem? If you don't want to be respected, then why do you care?
Hold on. Vivian Via Africans. Why he himself is partly African and Caribbean.
Hammer has patience.
He was spitting nonsense out of his mouth here about the Asians, was grouping the Pakistanis, the Indians.
I understand that.
As one. Hold on. Then when it comes to the black people, he focused more on the Nigerians are too brag, Nigerians are this. I said, look, bro, what you'll be talking now you talk about ethnicity, then you have to group the whole of the black together that they have to step up their game. You understand me? But he was more focused. I said, might be the pancake, but I forget that he was even eating jack chicken. You know what I mean? So if it's, I just remember now, oh, God damn, this guy been eating that jack chicken for a very long time. Motherfucker don't even know where it's anymore. He's get lost. He forget about whatever Kenya people are eating or garlic. You know, damn, this nigga come here, man, be talking nigga shit out of his mouth, man. That's bullshit.
Okay. So based on what I'm hearing, essentially, you felt that he disrespected Nigerians, right? So you did care about being respected.
No. Look, you criticism is allowed. Look, you can criticize Nigeria is allowed. That's not really the shit.
But he disrespected you by insulting you.
No.
Price, right?
The shit he was talking about is Nigerian people are so proud. They're so
yes.
bragging.
So he disrespected Nigerians, right?
No,
by saying you're so proud.
But while repeating it, always for more than 2 years, I've known that Jack Chicken head dude is always repeating this shit.
Exactly. So you felt like he disrespects Nigerians, insults Nigerians, right?
You know, like just say yes, just answer. Just say yes.
Because everything you're describing is that you felt offended by what he was saying about Nigerians. Is that correct?
Amma, let's just be honest. There's no black people on earth that is getting it easy. But to talk,
I'm just asking you a question. I'm not trying to be aggressive.
To talk, I'm not pro-black, right? Get right. I'm not pro-black. I'm pro everything. But you have to.
You're not pro-black. You're pro everything.
Yes.
So why are you offended about him to the Nigerians?
No, it continue repeating it. They are bragging. But you have to sell your own trapper though. Sell your own rice.
I understand that, but why are you offended? You said you don't want to be respected, right? As an African, so why do you care? If you don't want to be respected by other people, then why should they not respect Nigerians? Isn't that what you said?
Man. Oh, man. How about, man? It's okay. You just fire on, man.
No, I'm being calm, right? You told me that you don't want to be respected and that you're not pro-black, you're pro everyone else. So with that logic, why shouldn't he respect you on the panel? You don't care. You don't want respect.
Hold on. I said, why are you criticizing Nigerian? Why are you supposed to criticize the whole black race? That they're not stepping up their game.
But you said you're not pro-black, so why do you care?
But still, I'm seeing so that black circle still.
If you're not pro-black, then why should he focus on the black race?
Hold on. I'm not pro-black like that, but
you're not pro like that, but you're pro what else, right?
No, I'm a black man, but I'm not pro-black. I'm pro everybody.
You're pro everybody. Okay, so you're pro everybody. Then why should he care about Nigerians?
I just want peace to reign. You know, I don't like.
You want peace to reign.
Yeah.
But you're pro everybody, not pro black. Yeah. But you only trigger when they're going after Nigerians, right?
No.
Hammer, what's your tribe, man, brother? What's your tribe, Hammer?
My tribe is Bamila K from Cameroon.
That's Bumbakla, bro. That's nothing. Your people are not on the map. Your tribe
what one of the tribes in Cameroon?
Hammer, your tribe is worthless, okay?
Is it on?
That's fine. But I'm trying to talk to Ola really quickly. Brother, look. My thing is this, okay?
Look, bro. Look, I don't say anything bad with other people like the way he was coming. Look, I don't focus.
And I understand.
Hold on. Yeah, we can look. Yeah, we ramble with FBA here, ADOS here a lot of times, right? But that doesn't mean that I have to just continue to focus on society people. That you be doing this for years. Oh, Nigerian side. I said, man, what Nigeria done to you, man? What's the problem? I asked him, say, where you from? He said, half Kenya, half Caribbean, but he chose the Caribbean side more. I said, okay, no problem.
So, brother, so in other words, you're essentially saying that you feel that Nigerians or Africans are being disrespected and insulted. That's all you just said.
If you attack Nigeria too much, I will ask you why.
Yes, so
but
you don't want.
If you also attack the white man and the white woman and the China man, I will also ask you why.
I get that, but you, hold on, aren't you Nigerian?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, you feel like that individual was insulting Nigerians, and that's why you were angry, right?
Oh yes, but it can also.
Okay, so in other words, you wanted him to respect you as a Nigerian, right? As an African.
Hamba, if for this panel, I've never attacked no other race. I don't attack the white man. I don't attack.
You don't attack the white man, really?
No. I have no problem with the white man.
You have no problem with the white man.
I have no problem with the China man. I have no problem.
So then, why should he respect you if you have no problem with the white man?
Why not? Why
if the white man colonized you for hundreds of years, but you have no problem with him, why should he respect you?
The white man, they colonized me. I did see the white man in my eyes.
Brother, what language are you speaking right now?
Oh, everybody can speak any language. It's a language possibility that.
Brother, what is the main language of Nigeria?
This language allows me and you to be able to communicate.
Hammer, you can check him. Hammer, you were born in America.
If you speak your Cameroonian language,
let me speak to Ola.
It will be difficult for me to understand, and that might cause war between me and you. But now we're speaking English, I can easily understand you.
The main language of Nigeria is English. Okay, most tribes communicate through English. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So why is that the case? Because English is not an African language. So why is that the case?
I don't know, man.
Oh! You don't know why Nigerians speak English, Ola?
Hammer, you speak European
business language for business.
It's okay. So are you saying English is an African language? It's a native language?
English is a business language for business.
Is it a native language?
It's for business.
Is it a native language?
I say
yes, my brother. Yes, my brother. Yes.
Look, Ola, brother. Let me just say this, okay?
Ola,
and I'll speak to the Somali next. Ola.
Oh, yo.
Brother, I understand where you're coming from, and I get it. Some Black Africans have a hard time, expressing their emotions. It's okay. You have a right to feel disrespected. I get that. You felt like he was attacking Africans, disrespecting them, spitting on them, calling them African, saying all this just horrific things. And of course, because you are of a Nigerian man, you're going to naturally feel that's normal. That's natural. Nobody wants to be disparaged. So I understand where you're coming from. I just want Africans to be more honest about it. It's okay to say how you feel. My only thing is the same way you as a human being don't want to be disparaged, you don't want your people disrespected, also understand why those people feel to do that. And all I am simply saying is that they behave this way because they feel no need to respect Africans. And as a Black African, I understand that. Obviously, you know, I'm going to communicate. I'm going to try to kind of send that men have resentment over being sort of like those things. My thing is that Black Africans, we have to earn respect. I can promise you right now, if Nigeria looked like Wakanda, everybody will be respecting Black Africans. There wouldn't be a conversation. This would not be happening. All the Black Americans, Caribbeans, they will all be flooding to Nigeria if it looked like Wakanda.
See.
Yes, go ahead, brother.
See, there is this is the problem of Black people. When you look at, for example, in the United States, the reason why United States is highly developed the way it is because Europeans from different countries, they all migrate to the United States to make it.
Yes, they work together, yes.
Good. But when it comes to Africa, is that Africa, citizens in Africa, they are developing Africa at their pace. But many Africa in the diaspora, like people like you guys are complaining that they are not doing the work faster, but you are not willing to join them to do the work. So I kind of find it kind of strange and crazy.
Now, here's the thing. Let's dive into that, brother. Okay.
Yes.
Now we understand that America didn't just come out of nowhere. Europeans had to industrialize and become a global power first before they could get to that point. It was the British Empire who settled the colonies. It was the British Empire who went to
listen. The reason why the Europeans went ahead and looked for all these countries was because they were famine and poverty in their country. So they were looking for resources. You understand me? Europe didn't just wake up and become successful. Most
Europeans
of them had if you think I'm lying, there's a page I follow on Twitter called Achieve. This was in the 40s. Where there's this idea, and many people think the Europeans they didn't even work like every other race built their country. No, many of their people actually did serious crazy work. When you look at the working condition back then was crazy. The reason why Africa is not developed is that I would say this: Black leaders and Black people do not have the stomach to do what the white people did by enforcing serious kind of hardship, kind of hard labor on their people, just as the Europeans what they did. Yes, our people are not willing to do that really, because it will look horrible and kind of heartless. But if I were in the leadership power, I would have done it. You know, put people in in hard labor, make people work. You know, to develop the country.
Look, like I said before, right? Those countries had already achieved technological and industrial advantage before they even met everybody else. Okay? The reason they could come to West Africa and take over everybody is because they will come with guns and these massive ships and steam, all that technology. They had already reached that point. I can promise you that.
See, there is this idea that Nigeria will just develop out of thin air.
Obviously not.
Let me say this. When you look at Singapore, for example, you look at Dubai, there were a lot of foreign investments that went into that country that made it the way it is. It was not the local citizen that just generate that money to build those countries. It was foreign investment that came in big top dollars. We don't have that in Nigeria here. Most of what we have here, we're done.
I have to agree with that.
No, we don't. Most of the things we have here, we are done by the citizen. Most of the money, most of the projects. Okay, for example, which foreign investors invest in Dangote's, let's say Dangote's refinery, for example. Who are the people? None.
Yo, I'm not saying
this money were locally raised to get that thing done. There is no, we don't have billions of dollars coming in for this development, then we reject it.
Okay, I'll give you a good example. Do you know what happened to Angola and the oil boom?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Now, Angola, when they had the oil boom, right? They were making. Everybody knows this. They made crazy amount of money. They were making so much money they could have essentially funded their own development. You all know this. But what did they do?
Okay, tell me. You tell me.
They essentially sent all of the money over to Portugal. In fact, they sent so much money that Portugal went from being in a recession to bouncing back. They were, I believe, like the only situation in which an African nation was actually doing better than the colonizer.
Then why did they do that?
A fabulous question. Because the black elites sold out. Instead of taking that money, all that wealth for oil and investing in it and developing the country, they thought it would be better to go to Portugal, buy a property, and essentially live overseas.
Yo, Hammer, I got a question. Okay, I got a serious question. What is your sexuality?
Okay. Like I was saying before, they thought it would be better to go overseas.
Andre, are you interested in Hammer?
What?
That's the kind of weird question to ask.
Nigeria first.
Just ignore him. He's a Somali. Look, they went to Portugal and thought it would be better to buy up and invest. That's what they did. And guess what happened Nigeria first, right? When the money ran out, guess what happened? Portugal used them to take all those resources and boom themselves back up. And then when it was time, all them leaders started confiscating. Isabella dos Santos, the dog come for her next too. And now Angola, they had a new president, right? They're back to being broke, undeveloped. That's what I'm talking about. Black Africans, right, literally can be given the opportunity, like the chance, the goal, like the open door, and somehow fuck it up. When it came to Nigeria, how long did Nigeria have the oil boom? Nigeria first. How much wealth?
Nigeria had the oil boom in the 70s. Yeah.
For how long?
I think it's for like. I think it would be for like.
Because I remember
it's not close to a decade. I think it's for like straight like 5 years oil boom. Yeah.
Because I remember that oil boom was so big that the Naira was boosted for a very long time because of that.
Yeah, in the 70s, Nigeria had oil boom. That's when
money.
That's when they did the Festac 77. Yes.
Thank you. All of that money that could have literally been used to develop the country at a time if they were strategic and smart about it. Where did the money go?
Okay, let me tell you what happened.
Where's the money?
Let me tell you the truth. Back then, the Nigeria leadership or elite back then, they didn't actually believe the Nigerian private sector like the way they believe them now. Because I'm not going to lie, back then, Nigeria businessmen back then, they have not proven themselves. But guess what? When we transit to democracy in 1999, then there were a lot of wealth transfer that happened. So then till now, like the Nigeria private sector, they have done, I think they have done their best more than they did way back. So because the current generation of businessmen have actually improved for example, the financial sector, the manufacturing sector. You understand me? That's highly improved. So that's the only thing they have been able to put together. Because in any country, when you have strong private sector, your country will grow. There will be prosperity. But when you have failed private sector and government in charge of everything, there will always be suffering. Politicians across the globe, they don't have the mindset of actually building and controlling anything. They don't know how to control business. That's why it is the responsibility of the private sector to actually run and control business. And
this guy, you do say quite a lot of things, though. Are you using data to tell this? There are many nations out there that are controlled by government, but they are still doing just fine. It's
Look,
just
look.
the people themselves that
Yeah,
decide
look.
whether they want to rule well.
To
or not.
Niger and Nigeria first. All you guys just put my point. Just like Angola,
I can't hear you.
Nigeria had its time.
Is it me?
They had money. They had that chance. And where'd the money go?
Sorry,
They
we
messed
can
it
hear
up.
you too, Nigeria. You can continue. We can hear you too, Nigeria.
Yeah, to Niger, we can hear you. Can you hear me, Tanaja?
I can hear you. No, sometimes I think either you fade out or any of you fade out. I don't know why. What's
Yeah,
happening.
okay. Try and hop back in. Try to because we can hear
It
each other
doesn't
fine.
help me. It doesn't help.
Hammer, why are you trying to repeat your point? We get
Maybe
it.
because he said he couldn't hear me. But going back to Nigeria first, look, brother, do you see the point I'm trying to make? Whether it's Angola or Nigeria, there are times where Black Africans had at least some opportunity to advance, to at least, push the ball forward, and they shot themselves in the foot. Angola literally had so much money from oil that they literally were making more money than the former Portugal. Listen to what I'm saying. Imagine, for example, if Nigeria right now was bringing in more money through oil than England, than the UK, and the UK was going through a depression, and the UK was asking them for money, but instead of taking that money and developing the whole country, their leadership go to the UK and send so much money over there that the UK bounces back. And Nigeria goes bankrupt. And then when the money runs out, they get arrested, everything seized, they get sent back, and the UK is back on top, Nigeria's down. That's what happened in Angola. The Europeans didn't do that. That was a choice. Nigeria, how many opportunities did Nigerians have that got squandered away? That wasn't that's Nigerians. And the reason I'm bringing Angola is because, I don't want to make it seem as though I'm being on Nigeria because I know you guys.
Okay. No, Amma, it's okay. Well, see, what you are saying right now is a fact. I'm not going to dispute it. I know that our government has failed woefully, in managing the country's resources. We all know that it's not a news, so that's a fact. So
yeah, okay,
I'm not going to dispute facts.
But like I was saying before, thank you, but I was saying, look, the only reason why I personally may focus a little bit more on Nigeria is not because of hatred or anger. It's because I truly do believe that, the person who has the most potential is the person that has to face, you have to apply the most pressure on them. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. The only country I see that has the potential to truly be an African superpower is Nigeria. I've said before. Nigeria knows this. That's why I put so much pressure on Nigeria. The Elder Kasika, I know you have the power to do that. Yes, other countries can rise. We get that. But you have a greater potential. So to whom has the greatest potential is whom much will be expected. You get what I'm saying, Nigeria? You get what I'm saying?
I think the pressure that they are putting even is not. It's very hard for Nigerians to see the pressure because the pressure only is on the people that they elect into high offices, and those ones. The problem is that the pressure is is it even a pressure or they are just too willing to sell? That's where the real problem is because isn't it? But because the ones that we elect already and maybe we're already conditioned to sell out, then the pressure is hardly noticed by the people because if the people notice that their leaders are being pressured from outside, they will do things. They will do things to prevent that from happening. They will react. But you don't see our people reacting. Our leaders go to foreign. 3 of them are in London. 2 of our previous leaders and the current one. They are all in the UK.
Thank you. That's what the same behavior. The same way those Angolan leadership was spending the time in Portugal, your leadership is in London. The same, meaning if the same thing happened in Nigeria, they would have funneled all the money over there. So that's why I keep saying it's a mentality issue. Now, luckily, what I am seeing is that at least when it comes to the younger population of Africans, I'm seeing at least a change whether it's with Niger or Burkina Faso. I'm hoping that the younger population and the next Africans coming up are changing. And I think that if that continues, once we have a change in mentality, I think everything will change. Because once again, Angola today should be a first world country. I stand on that. They were literally making more money than the former colonizer. If they did everything right, look at Japan, for example. Japan went from being destroyed to where it's now. Look at South Korea. It wasn't just the help they got, right? They invested the money correctly. Nigeria should be, if Nigeria used the money correctly during the oil boom, they should be very close, at least second tier by now. They should be way ahead there right now.
And our people are very hard to convince that their leaders are evil. That's one thing our people are very, look at, because there are a few leaders in Africa after 1960 that tried to do something, like someone like Idi Amin tried to do something that to the point whereby they couldn't overthrow him themselves. They used Tanzania to start a war, and from there, that's how they managed to overthrow Idi Amin. And they couldn't even overthrow this in even Mugabe was on their side to an extent, but because Mugabe, the people that fought the war for independence were putting pressure on him that why are you not taking land from these people that he promised. That's why he went ahead to do what he did. So there are just very few. It shows you that our people themselves, there's something that they are lacking. That okay, Ethiopia, I think Ethiopia dug this thing. From what I got, I had this very sizable military too. Which, if you look at it doesn't make sense, but they have a very sizable military. After that, since then, they just disbanded again. Many African countries are not conscious of their sovereignty. They don't, because you're conscious of your sovereignty, you want to protect it. And if you want to protect it, you will send your people to protect the country. Everything you want to do to protect that nation. But you don't see that behavior in our leadership.
But see, this is how things begin to change. It's through conversation. It's to actually discussing the issue. Look, I respect Ola. Ola, you're a cool guy, but brother, the way you were talking on this panel, you represent what we're talking about. And my hope is that as I'm seeing the younger generation, as I'm seeing Africans starting to talk more openly about what a CFA Frank or white colorism or neoclassicism, is that as you gain more awareness, you're seeing more action. And what I'm seeing in the Sahel, that energy with the young people, what I'm seeing, that energy with the young people needs to spread. Because that tells me that things are changing. That's what we need. So at least there's some hope. Go ahead.
Can I say something about for example, the Sahel? Yes, they are doing great things, but however, the most important thing in all of this our discussion is the economy. For example,
yes,
the cement factory that was commissioned by the president, when he was commissioning the person I saw with him, it doesn't look like me and you, and that is the problem. Our economy is too we have allowed the Western influence to be involved too much in our economy. Yes, it's too much. We shouldn't allow outsider to control a certain sector of our economy. It should be.
I'm just curious, how does that even damage us, even that part of it?
Because
they are involved in China.
There are some certain
what that tells you is that the fundamental areas that is damaging us is the areas we should be focusing on, like security. Again, I keep telling you, if you don't protect your sovereignty, then because if you have your sovereignty, what is going to happen is that you can bring them in. Come on, everything they bring inside, you will copy all of them, like the way the Chinese do. Use it to transfer the technology to your own.
Look, at the end of the day, I have no problem with Africans working. Look, you're going to have to trade with outside. That's going to happen anyway. The point is, you need to ensure that how you're engaging is always in your favor. It don't matter if the Europeans went to China. They were all set up, but guess what? They made it very clear that, hey, all that's coming towards us. So it doesn't matter they come. The only issue is that you just let them come in and do whatever they wanted to. So you're going to trade, that's fine. But my thing is that all you got to do is just be on code and you'll be fine. So
okay, to Niger. do we even have black people like Nigerians or other black people that work in the defense industry in the West that have? Because let's be honest, if we want to develop our defense industry, there have to be some certain, we need some certain people to come in also who have skills to develop those sector. You understand me? Because it will be difficult for us to do those things by ourselves. For example, the building of drone and let's say military hardware and other stuff. So we actually need talent who
can't I hear anybody?
What's going on? Hello, can you hear? You need to go off, then come back.
Yeah.
All right, let me do that.
Yeah. But Nigerians, like I was saying before, look, that's why I said, look, you're gonna have to trade with others anyway. That's not gonna matter. You gotta find ways to get knowledge transfer. That's gonna happen anyway. You just have to do it in a way where you are, getting what you want in the situation. Okay. The same with the Chinese, with the Americans, and they say, "Hey, we'll work with you," and they got what they wanted. Yeah, I have no problem with us dealing with the Chinese and the Russians as long as we walk with what we need. Okay, we'll get a nuclear power from Russia.
But
go ahead,
Amma. Do you know that the Chinese diaspora, many of them involved in the development of China? You know that?
Yes, there were many. Yeah.
Thank you. So that's why I would say the diaspora, mostly the Nigerians. I'm not talking about the Nigerians. Instead of complaining, they need to be involved in the development of the country.
But you should understand that the diaspora didn't just wake up one morning and do that. The people on the ground had to first make the moves, and then they came later.
No. See. For example, there's a reason why I say that. There is already local. For example, we have local defense industry already on the ground, but they need serious investment and innovation for them to be able to create, world-class products and hardware. You understand me? It's not that we don't have any. We have, but they need investment.
Yeah, but what defense? We do have like some small defensive stuff, but nothing close to where it should be. If you want to truly do something serious, and I don't know anything that we do at cutting edge level, not even close.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying, because we need to be honest. The investment is not there. You need the larger sum of
$1 billion can go far. They spend more than. Do you know that Nigeria spends more than $1 billion on? I think 1.something billion on research. You should be seeing something now.
But
some serious stuff.
If you want to
spend that on research, so it's not exactly nothing. Even if you are starting from a very low base, but that is still money. I don't know.
But don't you think, Tunaja? Don't you think the private sector should involve fully?
See, if you want private sector to be involved, create an environment that allows them to be involved.
Yeah.
If they bring their money in and they keep losing money, what do you want them to do?
Thank you. Yeah. That's why I keep saying.
But I don't think the government tax the defense industry in Nigeria. I don't think they tax them to the bone. So if not,
the reality is that, look, here's the reality. Okay, let's look, for example, at Russia, for example. They don't have that big of a budget compared to America does, right? But they're still able to produce this incredible military. Why? Because every single penny they make sure it's spent properly. So my thing is that, yes, you may not have, but if you invest it properly, and most importantly, if you make the right deal, I'll give an example, right? You go to Russia and say, hey, we'll make some deals to get maybe some factory set up or nuclear plant or China. You got to be strategic. This is where leadership comes into play. Using your money strategically to invest properly, working with different power centers around the world to get what you need, right? And balancing. That's what leadership does. See, all you're saying is just trying to get around that. But Nigerians are gonna have to lead. They're gonna have to actually do what? They're gonna have to actually do lead. They're gonna have to actually compromise. You're gonna have to find ways to use the money properly. Work with the Chinese. Work with the Russians. Work with everybody. Yeah. In a way that benefits you. There's no way around that.
Anybody that gives you advantage, you work with.
Exactly. And it's like all this. Oh, you're gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to go out to the work. That's the reality. There is no easy way out. And that's the issue. That I need Nigerians, I need Africans, right, to start operating that mentality. Use every advantage possible. If the Russians want to give an advantage, use it. If the Americans are willing to, use it. If the China, use everything you can. And also invest. Also make sure that the money you do have, right, is invested properly. You do what, you'll be fine.
Imagine that.
Yeah, that's simple.
We make it so complicated.
Thank you. It's not complicated. It's not complicated.
It's not even. Well, I say it to many of our Nigerians. We make it so as if governing the state is hard.
I think you are right. Many Nigerians actually view their country as foreign. Exactly. We don't respect our own thing. We don't take our things serious. When every Nigerian know that this property or this thing belongs to government, they mishandle it. They don't think that, oh man, if I mishandle this, it's going to affect the large general public. They will just do it because it doesn't belong to them personally. They will just treat it anyhow.
Yeah, but that is how all nations behave. Look at the UK now. They have prosperity. Their GDP per capita is well over 40,000 compared to Nigeria that has just been reduced to 1,000 something. And maybe many African countries are hovering around 2,000, 1,000, maybe at most 4,000. The UK's one is 40,000. So they are doing very well. But yet they have the highest level of CCTV in their country. They monitor, the police is always everywhere. Their security is top notch. What does that tell you? It tells you that they know human nature. Human nature is to sabotage. You always have idiots that go around trying to destroy things. Your job as a people is to protect against it. That is our problem. What you are saying now, you expect our people to be any special where we don't damage anything because we respect state so much. There will always be criminals that don't have money, that want more money.
But see, you guys that live in the West, when you see waste bin, you know it's okay. I'm gonna put my debt on the waste bin. You are not gonna throw it on the floor. But even for example, in Nigeria, people would deliberately just. And when you try to correct them, you see other Nigerians will come. It concern you. They will say, "It concern you. Why are you, involving in what doesn't concern you?" That's the thing. If we want to see the country move forward, all of us need to be responsible. I believe the reason for that is that many of us, I would say this, and I kind of agree with Snake Man, we don't pay tax. Because I believe when we start paying tax, real tax into the economy, we will take the country serious. Because of government is just spending mostly the money they make from crude oil and all that, most of us are not too tired with the tax and all this. We don't take it serious.
Who decided that it wasn't a good idea to be paying tax? Is it not the government that decided that?
Yeah,
and why do you think the government decided to do that? What you said is true. That if the people pay tax, they will care more about what the state is messing about doing. But because they want to stand the people down, because they want to space the people away from the seat of power, because if the people are closer to power, they will more likely call for accountability. That is why you have that system where, one, they don't ask people to pay more into the state. They don't want the people to get involved in the stately affairs. And then when it comes to this thing, look at the national anthem that they went and changed recently. They could have consulted Nigerians. Oh, all over all the region, come together. No, they keep the people away. In the same thing with oil. We don't even know how much oil that is being taken out of the ground right now. There's no meter. There are so many things like that that you see in Nigeria that tells you that these people, the people that are at the seat of power in Nigeria, anyone like you now, anybody that tries to ascend up the power ladder in Nigeria, they get compromised by the time they reach there. Otherwise, you will not get there. That is
now, and this is where I say that at the end of the day, it all goes back to the mentality. Okay, nobody is forcing Tinubu to behave this way. That's a choice. The leadership. Remember, China is an authoritarian regime. They're not a democracy. It's straight authoritarianism. Okay, the people at the top are at the top, and yet all those leaders, despite being an authoritarian society top down, they all got on code for the people. So it doesn't matter who's in power. The reality is why I have always believed that a lot of the leaders are like the mentality leaders have in many ways is a reflection of people there. Because once again, Tinubu did not come out of the air. He came from Nigerian people. So he got that position. All of your leaders come from Nigerian people. They're not magic. So why do your leaders have that mentality? Where does it come from? When you realize it'll make sense. Because
yes, let me say this. You are right. For example, during the primary of the because that's what matters. During that primary where the party select leadership matters a lot, but people don't pay attention to that, mostly in Nigeria. He was able to use these resources to bribe everyone, and they supported him. They took the money and they support. You understand me? In both parties, they did that. Let's be honest. All the parties were involved in that kind of behavior, whereby the person with the deepest pocket will always win the ticket of the party, which is bad in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
If we want to actually see the country work, we should be willing to say, okay, we might just say, okay, there's a Nigerian doing well. Let's say Nigeria like Adebayo Ogunlesi or someone like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Let's go and force her to come in to run for president. Then you will say the country will work. Not selecting from these local politicians who doesn't know what to do when they get there. They mostly do not. All they care about sometimes they just build airports, they do other silly kind of project. That's all. You understand me? They don't know what they are doing.
The problem with I've said it before. If we don't, I think Hammer was right to an extent when he said, to an extent, the kind of leadership we see in Nigeria is part of the people. Is part of
the reflection
mind of the people. Yeah, and I think this type of stuff can happen, especially when you have been colonized for a long period of time.
Yeah,
and the elite class that you have in your nation are used to serving the interests of foreign the colonizers. You can see the kind of and the what makes it so insidious is how pervasive it is in Black African countries. It's not one, almost 30, 40 of them. That is a lot and consistent. It's just remarkable how powerful that ingredient is. And it tells you that when you have a societal consciousness, it's hard to change if something cataclysmic doesn't happen. Something serious to turn the tide.
Thank you. Societal consciousness, right? You look at Japan, you look at China. These societies with thousands of culture, right? And many societies, right? It's a reflection. Now, I think when it comes to Black, I think we can overcome. I think we'll overcome, in my opinion. But let me just say, I have to go really quick. But I'll just say one thing, right? Look, I'll say this last before I go. To Niger, UFC Nigeria first, the Somali on the panel, who I don't consider Black. Let me just say this really quickly, okay? When it comes to the diaspora and how many of them are so quick to disparage Africans, although I don't like that, and I understand how Africans don't like it. To some extent, I do understand where it comes from. Because it's not just that other people, non-Black people, are able to see the dysfunction and that becomes, something to make fun of, right? Look at Nigeria, look at all them places, right? Imagine a Black diasporan, Black Jamaican, Black Barbadian, Black American, Black, and they're struggling in their countries. They're dealing with racism in their countries. It's hard where they're at. And they look around for some hope and look at the mother continent, and all they see is all the chaos. So, of course, they'll feel a certain kind of way, especially when they already have resentment over being sort of slaves. So it just compacts on top of that. So my thing is, instead of folks fighting online, trying to, fight, that's the way of time. What Black Africans need to do is we need to, in many ways, earn the respect. Let's be honest. If Black African states were like Japan or like nothing would need to be said. In fact, they'll all be rushing to go to Nigeria. if Nigeria looked like Japan and South Korea. They'll be rushing over there. So focus on that. Once you go and you build,
what you are talking about is what we are. You guys are also facing the same thing. It is economy. It's all about economy.
I understand that, but the difference is that
we don't have that economic power. So we need to up our game when it comes to economy. That's
yes, and that's what I'm saying. That's what the reason why I'm putting the responsibility on us black people once again, we're the ones on the continent. We're the ones with the biggest land, one of the biggest land masses. We're the ones with the resources. They don't have that. Remember, black Americans are a minority in the United States. Black folks are a minority in Europe.
Okay. See,
even in Caribbean, small islands. You can't compare that to Nigeria. It's not close.
That doesn't count, or whether you guys are minority. Blacks in America is about, I think the population is about 50 million. That's a lot of people right there.
Out of how many?
That's a lot of people. That's
out of what, 300 million? That's in America.
Hold on. That's bigger than a lot of countries in Africa. Let's use that kind of this thing. It's bigger than Ghana. Ghana is a country. Ghana is just about 30-something million.
But
Nigeria, when you compare about Nigeria, yes, Nigeria is bigger than that.
Yes, but I want you to understand the context here. You're comparing a population that is essentially probably the small minority now within a larger empire to you. It's not the same. And I think this is where
hold on. See, this whole thing, I think a lot of people, including you, are being unfair with Nigeria. There is so much Nigeria. No. Let me tell you why. Hold on. There is so much Nigeria can do on their own. Nigeria need investment. You understand me? Nigeria investment on their own is not going to be able to develop the country by themselves.
Nigeria doesn't need investment. Nigeria needs to get its act together.
Thank you to Nigeria.
Politically, I agree with you. This is to Nigeria. Politically, 100%, we need to get our acts correct.
Even economically.
When it comes to economic, we need foreign investment also.
You need foreign investment, but that will come if you get your act together. We have the numbers. People want to trade. That's it.
That's the point.
Businessmen want to make money. They are greedy. It creates the environment for them. They will rush in.
But
we are losing about $50 billion every year due to insecurity. Do they need to tell you anything? You are supposed to figure it out and say, you know what? How much do I need to spend to save $1 billion? Why are they not spending that money? This president promised us to do it. Did he do it? No, he didn't. This is the problem.
Because you know why
they know what to do, but they pretend as if they don't know what to do.
Nigeria's
problem is not hard.
Nigeria has so why it's not going to happen.
If somebody just decide to pull the lever the other direction, like, oh, let me.
You know what?
It will be so easy, and you will see the results very, very quickly.
Nigeria first. First. Let me ask you, if I go right. Yeah. Whose ultimate responsibility is to develop Nigeria?
It is the responsibility of Nigerians.
So who needs to do the work to develop Nigeria then?
You said?
It's us now. It's us.
Who then needs to do the work?
We need to do the work, but the investment needs to also come in.
Yes, all that stuff will come when you do the work. That's how it works in life. Like Elijah, is that how it works, right? Nobody's gonna help you build if you don't start yourself. Start first. Lay the foundation. Everything else will come.
It's already ongoing. Just as the pace is very slow.
How did man on Prestige make it here? Did you miss your road or something?
Man on Prestige, welcome.
Oh my God, welcome, man on Prestige. What's happening?
You don't want me on your platform?
No. I'm not the one hosting. They're not talking. It's Kezo. So of course, you're welcome. What's happening now?
You're not doing that. What's going on? You're talking about Nigerian problem?
Yes. We were just talking about it. And Nigeria first seems to be coming from the fact that the people are the ones causing the problems, and they are not doing enough. They are not investing enough, and we also need investment.
No. I said no. See, the problem of Nigeria is not just caused by the government alone. We can't be that stupid and believe it's just the government alone that is causing all the problem. It is between the government and the people. The people are highly involved. For example, you may leave the UK now and go to any ministry, try to reform that ministry. It is the people that run that ministry that will push you out of that ministry. They will do everything to sabotage your efforts to make things even easier for Nigerians.
Okay. Philip is in the chat. Y'all put the link in the chat for Philip to hop on because I have to go. I feel like Philip is going to be a good replacement, because we always need high IQ people on the panel. But anyway, y'all, I have to go. But like I was saying before, at the end of the day, you're going to be responsible to have to do that. Nigerians are going to have to, 1, get their acts together. 2, the capital you already have, invested in your country. Stop letting it spill over to Europe. 3, you have to balance the major powers. Right now, we are in a multipolar war. You have China, Russia, United States, all the major powers. They're all coming to you now. They're all coming to you now because they're trying to compete for you. You have to take advantage of that. Balance everyone out. Get the nuclear power in Russia. Get the influence from China. Get get all that you need from either side. If you balance, you'll be fine. At the end of the day, it is your. Go ahead.
May I ask? I just want to know, from your own perspective, where you're coming from. Where are you? Where are you? Are you an African? I'm trying to see.
Yes, I am. I am Cameroonian.
Okay, but you're not a moon from what we are going through. So when you say they, you just put it like it's only Nigeria.
No. The reason I'm speaking is right now we're talking Nigeria, but my thing applies to Black Africans in general. I just said they because in the context we're speaking about Nigeria specifically, right? And I'm not a Nigerian, but this applies to us too. Let's be honest, this applies to all Africans, right? But we're gonna have to do that because right now, every major power on the globe is coming for Africa because they view us as a last frontier. And my thing is, this may be the only chance we have. If we maneuver this correctly, the way the Chinese maneuver America, we'll come out strong. If we allow ourselves to be used by everybody, to be honest with you, that may be the end of the black race. I'm just going to say that. So we're going to have to get together. And my thing is that now is the time. We got to get together. And that's what it is. Philip is there. Philip, go ahead. I have to go. But thank you guys so much. Have a good day.
Well done. Yeah, welcome, Philip.
What's happening, brother?
What do you think about what you've had so far? Nigeria, and I think this is common to many of our communities, isn't it? How do we get our act together? Because somehow we just expect it to happen from outside. They are not going to come and sort it out for us. And why is it so consistent, though? That part is quite remarkable. How is so consistent in almost all our communities? Is it that because all of them, one fails, then it affects the next one more closely? Or is it that the ideology and the kind of control they have over Black nations is so strong and invisible too? It's not very visible. For some Black African countries, none of them really have their acts together. If you look at the outside Africa too, including the African American community or the Brazilian Black people, if you look at within that nation, they too are the poorest ones. So why is it so consistent?
What's up, brother 2 Niger and the panel? Man of Prestige had just popped in. I don't want to take anybody's spot. But brother 2 Niger, you were the one that actually brought me on game in terms of this defense thing. And what I was seeing in the comments, and I have to pop off because I have a showing. I'm selling this house, so if they come, then I have to pop out. But in any case, here's the point. The point is that sovereignty has to be the priority, which brother 2 Niger, you've been preaching that for years. And at first I resisted your thinking about it in terms of defense and weaponry and so on. But now you brought me on board, and I think it's 100% correct. Because if you put sovereignty first, then your whole perspective of what you should be doing economically changes, right? Because you want to be self-sufficient on your own without any help from any of these other countries, particularly not the West. And what I said in the comments was that at the end of the day, Nigeria has to decide what kind of economy it's going to be. And since they've already messed up this thing with their currency through the structural adjustments, it's my view that they should look at becoming a export economy. And if they're going to do that, because the Naira is weak. So if the Naira is weak, that means the products that you produce can be cheaper. So if the products are cheaper, then you have an advantage to be able to export at a cheaper price. The issue is that you also have to have a view towards defending yourself. And I don't know why it is, but a lot of Africans seem to think that the Europeans in the West is going to invest in their country. And that's just not been the case, and it's not going to be the case because it's economically and not in their interest to do so. If Nigeria becomes more developed, then its products become more expensive, which then makes the products that the derivative products that the West uses from the natural resources more expensive for them. So they're never going to do that. So from my standpoint, what Nigeria has to do is to develop markets in the countries that are surrounding it through barter to help them get money to be able to buy your stuff. This is something that the Asian countries have done very well. And so you build up a market where people get used to your products and use your products because you're not necessarily collecting cash for them en masse. You're bartering with the government of their country to be able to get it. So I'll throw that to the panel and let you guys respond.
Okay, go
Can
ahead.
I ask one question?
Go ahead.
Sorry, just one quick question. This is relating to Nigerians in the diaspora who live in the West. So my family has businesses in Nigeria, and when we don't pay taxes in Nigeria, but when we are reporting capital gains or profit, we have to pay taxes to the IRS in America. So the more money we make in Nigeria, the more taxes we pay to the IRS in America and not the Nigerian government. So how can we build Nigeria when the taxes are structured in such a way as to profit, America, even when we make profits in Nigeria?
Okay, let me quickly answer this, and I have to step away for a second. So I used to do this for a living. The problem that your structure is wrong. So you need to have a holding company that you set up in Nigeria, and then you need to reinvest your profits either in the business or in other assets that you hold in Nigeria so that you don't have profits, that you have assets, and then you can take loans against those assets.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah, leveraging assets, isn't it? I think the issue, you said something about bartering. The problem with that, I think we have a bigger problem where the leaders don't want to do that. Those are prescriptions for when people have the right mindset to actually want to transform the economy. What I see is almost a deliberate effort, maybe not directly in the part of the leaders, but based on the fact that they receive instructions from foreign partners that they like to call them, they sabotage their own nations. I watched it happen in Nigeria recently. A president comes into office saying they want to transform the Nigerian economy to a $1 trillion economy, and instead halved the GDP of the Nigerian economy. Immediately they go into office within a year. So before you get to that point, you need to change the mindsets of the leaders, at least stop the bleed, the compromise of these leaders. 3 of our leaders right now, 2 previous one and the current one, they are all in London right now. If you have a situation where they are like that, it's not because they don't know the right things to do. It's not because they are stupid. They have become like people that don't operate as if, like we are talking like about Nigeria, like Nigeria is ours. They don't see it like that. They see it as belonging to other people, really. I think that is where the real core of the problem is. All our prescription, as about almost everybody here will bring a prescription that will work for Nigeria. But first, you have to take your sovereignty back, get it back, and then you will see how quickly. I believe that everything we are suggesting will work, because Nigeria is quite popular in many African countries already. We have basically control ECOWAS, which gives us a market of almost 500 million without the citizenship burden that comes with it. So all those things will work, but how do we actually change the mindset of these leaders, or even have the people change it for them? How do we do that?
Well, I don't know. I think it requires you know, a different conversation, right? I think it requires a different conversation, but I would say a lot of those leaders are actually I believe that they're compromised, and a lot of them are in those positions. Maybe they don't want to, maybe they don't want to, or whatever. But I think a lot of them are being blackmailed by the West, you know. And as soon as they go out of the West's interest, you know, or you know, certain you know, pacts and agreements that they established during like the colonial period, right? You know, things will happen to those leaders. Either there'll be, you know, a coup attempt, or you know, assassination attempt on their lives and things of that nature. So I think a lot of the leaders are actually afraid of that, or just compromised in that way. So I think, I don't know what it would take for them. Like, I don't know if you want to call it cowardice or whatever, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe those leaders need to be replaced with, you know, better leaders that have more that have their you know, respective countries' interests at heart, and that will literally die for it, you know. And I mean, I think it takes that level, you know, because a lot of these corporations, you know, and you know, institutions, you know, from the West, they have a lot of interest in Africa, and they will go through anything to keep those interests in Africa, you know. Right now, you see, real quick, USA. Right now, it seems like the West and the East are pretty much vying for African support, and I think Hammer kind of mentioned this earlier, and I agree with him that, you know, a lot of these African governments or, you know, leaders of state, they should try to leverage, you know, what's happening right now, because we see the trajectory of what's happening, right? The West and the East is gearing up to clash. You know, for the time being, we should be, you know, African leaders, and you know, they should be, you know, leveraging, you know, this conflict in their interest, you know. But I don't know. It seems like Black people, we have a hard time with doing that, or even moving strategically in that way.
Another thing I want to say is that when you look at Nigeria, I understand most of our focus are on the center, but the part that most people don't look at is the state. For example, I think I saw on Twitter yesterday, someone said, for example, in the last 5 years or 6 years, I think about $1.2 billion have been allocated to, let's say, Delta State, yes. But any of us here that is speaking, can you actually look at Delta State and tell me that $1.2 billion was spent in Delta State? The answer would be no. So when we need to be honest on when it comes to the state level. Nobody, including myself, we don't pay attention to how because that's where the poverty resides. It's within the state mostly. No one asks the governors how they spend money. For example, look at my state governor. He increased when he came here. I think the state debt was about 100 billion. I think now it's about $100 million. I think now about 500. But you cannot show me any place in Edo State that money was spent. So the state, we also need to, as we focus on the federal government, we also need to focus on the state. For example, look at what's going on in Rivers State right now. It is a mess there, whereby Wike and the other so-called, I don't feel sorry for both of them. Let's be honest, because that's how all of them came into power, whereby they will sabotage the rightful winner of the election and they take over. Guess what? If Fubara finishes terms, the person he will nominate to take over from him will also do the same thing to him. So that's how the system has been. All of us are just looking. No one challenges these people. We allow them to do whatever they want because there's this so-called what they call it, immunity that is protecting them. That needs to stop. The attention also needs to be focused on the state, because these states actually have more power if we are looking at it, because they control the land in Nigeria. when it comes to Nigeria, for example, yes, the federal government is in charge of the resources underneath, but the land are controlled by the governors. The look at the land that Dangote bought in Lagos. I think he said he paid $100 million. Guess what? Lagosians didn't hear about that money. It's like they just paid that $100 million. The governor and some of his crew just shared the money. No one know that the guy pays his money to them. The money was not announced to anybody, to the public. $100 million disappeared. Up to now, no one is asking questions about that money.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think I hear what you are saying. I wanted to ask Philip about his suggestion. That's quite. I don't know what that chair bowl is actually. Chair bowl is the South Korean leader or something, or where they become self-reliant. They buy their own products and manufacture their own products. Is that what you are saying, Philip?
Yeah, you know, I've had this discussion quite a bit with Brother Gaston up, because almost every Nigerian to a person brings up this problem. Like, what do we do with these elite that are, you know, basically more interested in getting products in the West and living in the West with Nigerian resources than they are, you know, developing the country. They know what to do. They're just not doing it. They've been co-opted. And the answer is, along your lines of sovereignty, is that, first off, let me share the assumptions that I've made to come up with the answer that I did. It's been my observation, both of, you know, the Black American diaspora, but the diaspora in general, and the Africans specifically in West Africa, and I'm now specifically dealing with Nigeria, that it seems that we're just not 100% comfortable as a group of people with a full democracy in the sense of the Western tradition of democracy. That's just not a leadership model that we tend to orbit towards. And what I mean by that is not necessarily that I'm advocating for a dictatorship or anything like that. I'm not. But what I am saying is, I've noticed, even if you, let's just, you know, look at the Black American thing, because it's very obvious that Black Americans are constantly looking for one leader or a couple of leaders, which, you know, if you kind of look at it this way, looking for a king, if you will, to set forth the order of the group, right? And so you can look at that as the church leaders and, you know, the various kind of business people we kind of cultively follow behind, whoever it is.
Grifters, Tariq Nasheed, all of these different crazy people.
Yeah, that we tend to do that, right? As a people, we tend to, you know, I could say it's a derivative African thing that we have going on, where we want a king. Some of us want to be warriors. Others of us want to be artisans. We haven't really changed. We've just morphed by the circumstances that we were put in the diaspora. I would argue it's a very similar thing that's going on in Nigeria with the various ethnic groups. So just assume from the comment that I'm making that the first thing is that we kind of are looking for a king type leadership. So in that we have that kind of predisposition, that whole US presidential model that got adopted, I can't remember when it happened, but that Nigeria has now, where it kind of looks at the US democracy and this kind of thing and has our president as a kind of leader, all of that needs to go. It's not helpful.
So you said that Nigeria needs a monarchy. Go back to monarchy? That's what you're saying?
No. I did not say go back to. I was about to propose what.
All right, my bad. Got it. My bad.
Yeah. I was about to throw what I proposed, which is, it's a combination of what South Korea did and what Switzerland does. In the case of the elite, what you do is you take the ones that actually produce goods and that produce high quality stuff, and you make them what they did in South Korea, which is chaebols. That's why you have these families, the Samsung family, the various families that produce the goods. They're empowered and they go in partnership with the government to make the stuff. So if we're gonna, like in the Dangote case, he has a refinery. We want refined oil. If we did that, that would be a tremendous advantage to Nigeria, but also to West Africa in general. If they already have the things in place, they've nationalized the oil, They already are working on a sovereignty fund like Saudi Arabia has. You have it in place, but you're not using it to its full potential. You're you kind of poke some holes in the tank, so it's leaking money that should be going to the state and to the people. So my point is, first off, you start empowering people like the Dangotes to say, listen, you're in partnership with the government. We're going to help you. We're going to take well, I say this rule because this is what the Vietnamese did and the Chinese did, that anything that gets produced in the country, the government owns 51% of it in terms of national resources. So if it's coming from our oil, 51% of that is owned by the government. All right. No. And I'm going to tell you why in a second. I know the government that we have now, there's no way you could do that. They just all run off to Europe and hang out at resorts. But in the new form of government, that's not what's going to go on. So you make these chaebol families like the Dangote family to produce the stuff because we're trying to build an export economy. The next thing that you do is that you give a power sharing structure like Switzerland. So if you know about Switzerland, Switzerland actually has 2 or 3 ethnic groups there. They have the former Dutch part, which I forget what they call them now, a Flemish. So you have the Flemish in the north, and you have the French in the south, and you have the actual Swiss, right? Yep. And so what they do is they have power sharing, and that in their region, they are the democracy for their ethnic group. So the French part of, I'm not doing that right. I was giving the description of Belgium, which is another one, but it's the same thing as Switzerland. Switzerland, it's actually the Swiss, the German part, and the Italian part. But the concept is the same, though what I just described was actually Belgium. But the point is that you allow the ethnic groups to administer a certain amount of governmental power for their group, right? But then you have a strong central government for things that are absolutely necessary to move the country forward. So, for example, like high-speed rail freight, which is something Nigeria really needs, and to dredge some of these ports. You know, you have the one port in Lagos that works well, but a couple of the others are not deep water ports, so they need to be dredged. Stuff like that, the Nigerian government has to be flexible to say, we all vote that the central panel of the various regions can come in and say, we're going to dredge this port and that port, and we're not going to have a lot of challenges to it. But as a protection for the people, for the various ethnic groups, that they have certain areas that are tribal land that are common, what they call common, the public commons. Okay, so that land is reserved for this group or that group, and you can't develop that part, right? So that you don't have these situations where people are thrown off their land in order to build a highway or whatever, but that you have an agreement. Listen, if we're doing high-speed rail, or in this case, high-speed freight rail, that we got to be able to do that. You guys can't block us from doing it because that's what's going to move the country forward. In exchange, you'll get X amount of money or whatever. So does that make sense what I'm proposing? I gave a lot.
Of course, it makes a lot of sense, and it aligns with my perception of the direction we probably need to go. You know, when you talked about the chaebol, this thing, I think that's, I don't know how it's pronounced. It's similar because if you look at it, like even America or the UK or many of the other countries, the Dutch East India Company and the Royal this in African Company or something like that, they are all private institutions, but gigantic private institutions that were created by these capitalist states, and they go on to do great things that benefit the nation. So I agree with you definitely that we need to create more Dangotes, some of them in mining, pharmaceutical, different areas. If we have to create 100 of them, let's create 100 of them, because we have the African continent to be able to trade with, even if the world is not ready yet. So definitely I agree in that direction. The problem with our states is the one I highlighted earlier on. Like Dangote now, you saw how he was complaining now that they wanted to even stifle his oil industry. That's the oil company that he built. And they tried to, he lost money last year because of what they did with the Nigerian economy. So all these things is very good, and I think the people need to be more guarded against what the people that go into office are doing. And okay, you talked about this removal of changing the state, that's the current government system that we have, governing system we have. If you are going to change it, I think based on where Nigeria is right now, where everybody is very suspicious of each other, where people feel like their voices are not heard, you know, the system I don't know which system you are describing, the Belgian ones. I don't necessarily, I've not studied that one closely enough. The one I looked into briefly was that of the Swiss. The Swiss one is one of the best systems I think will suit Nigeria the most, because we are multi-ethnic, multicultural, all kinds of multis. We have them all. And because the Swiss system allows for it gives it's called direct democracy. It gives the people power directly, one, and it also allows for regional control of things. Then at the top, it also allows for multiple representation, where you have the presidential council. Instead of having one president, they have a presidential council. You can't believe that 7 of them at a time, if I'm not mistaken. So there are ways. If you look at the Swiss system, I think it's one of the most innovative systems I've ever seen in terms of this thing, a system that is controlled by the will of the people. It's one of the most. The people can change laws, they can put laws in place, they can demand things to change based on the power of the people. And if you look at the outcomes for the Swiss, it's just through the roof, really. They are one of the most secure countries in the world. They are one of the richest countries. I think they're about, in that way, GDP per capita, they make up about maybe 3rd after Ireland and one other small island in France, I think Monaco or something. They are just about the 3rd, $92,000. You know, that is their GDP per capita. So they really do punch like above their weight. And these guys, sorry, you know, I'm obsessed about security. These guys, those are bunker systems. You know, I used to talk about it, like why do they have 300,000 bunkers? It was recently I found out that the reason why they have 300,000 bunkers was because they plan on putting all their citizens underground in case of war. All of them go underground. That is how prepared these people are. And I've never seen, if I was planning a nation, I say these people are ready to survive. They are not ready to die anytime soon. They know, but they are not ready to concede their existence to any other group anytime soon. I really admire that. But that said, I can't even hear anybody.
Yeah, I just wanted to quick.
We are listening. I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. And I agree with that. And to Niger, you were the one that brought me on board with the defense thing. I'm calling it sovereignty, but right off the jump, I don't think Nigeria has a satellite in the air that's specifically dedicated to it and West Africa. So right off the jump, they need that. In the case of AES, part of the reason why they've been able to defeat these coup attempts from the various other powers is because they've been getting military support in the way of specialists from Wagner, but then they also are getting satellite intelligence from the Chinese. And so that, you know, they can monitor their borders and things like that. And so Nigeria needs to do that right off the top. They got to get a satellite up. And I don't think that the Chinese would be opposed to taking a Nigerian satellite up just on one of their rockets. I don't think they would oppose it.
So, I think from what I gather that we have 3 right now. I think some people are saying we have 3, and I was at the Nigerian space agency the other day, and they said they have about 3, but it's not like, it's like the other people help them put it up there, and they are using it somehow. And I think it's mostly for weather, you know, trying to plan when to plant and stuff like that. I think that's what they're using it for.
They have a sharing agreement. That's not what I'm talking about. I need a satellite that's for Nigeria. Like China has satellites just for China. You know what I mean? Where it's like for defense. And also there needs to be, and you're the one that brought me on board with this, a full unification of the scientific universities in Nigeria to develop weapons. That's what Stanford and MIT do in part, is they are re-engineering or reverse engineering centers for the country. Anything that comes into the United States that really needs some sort of government scrutiny in terms of producing weapons or whatever, that it goes through those universities and others. And Nigeria needs to develop that posture for its things. This thing that they have is very much like the satellite, where they produce weapons, but those weapons are licensed from Germany or Austria or wherever. That's no good. That's a starting point, but what should happen is every gun that's coming in there that they're doing through licensing, that they should be taking those to Nigerian universities and saying, I want you to produce a gun that's better than this. I want you to...
Exactly. One of the topics I wanted to talk about, sorry about that. One of the topics I wanted to talk about was whether our culture is a kind of that it's a kind of it kind of inhibits innovation and scientific breakthrough. And if that is the case, we have to definitely change the culture within educational system and societally, actually. Because we don't seem to be very inventive in terms of inventing new things into the world. We don't create. I don't even remember the last time Nigeria created something new, apart from music, actually. And I don't know whether that you can call that actually inventing something new. So we've not really invented, and part of it is because of the stifling boots of this WTO TRIP protocol that controls intellectual property rights. Because if you invent stuff in Nigeria now, a Western company can just say, oh, that's my stuff. What are you going to do? You want to challenge them? Go to WTO now. Do you have the billions to challenge them? So you can see how the systems that are put in place is very difficult to innovate. And this is what drives me crazy. When you look at the chains that are tied all around us, it's just everywhere. You can't innovate, because if you innovate, they can take it away from you. Either they buy it from you, which they have a lot of money to do, or they challenge you for it if you don't want to sell it. And that one, you can fight them at this in WTO. And guess what? Even in WTO, they are also rigged. They can rig it against you. If you look at many cases in WTO, I actually took some time to investigate, how they settle the, intellectual property rights argument between nations. You find that if it is between Western nations, they tend to settle it sometimes even out of WTO. But if it is African nation don't even bother. They don't even bother fighting. Or the Chinese, that one, they kind of, it can go for years. The Chinese will fight them on either ends in a stalemate or one side wins this thing. But it tells you there are different areas and spheres of conflicts and battle that we have to fight to survive. And at the core of it is your ability to defend yourself and be self-reliant. If you don't do that, nothing we do is going to work. And if you want your universities to kind of go into all these products, then you have to be prepared that when they invent something, don't let anybody come and intimidate you and take it away from you. And you have to be able to resist. That is what it takes. You have to be able to resist when they come. Because even sorry, I'm going to finish now. Even the COVID-19 stuff, when we tried to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines, it was a problem. That's why the South African leader was like, what is this now? People are dying and you're telling us that we are not allowed to manufacture it, even when we know how to do it. Because of the intellectual property right, the French was like, our people cannot lose money now when we invented it. It took South Africa, Nigeria, Senegal, and I think one other nation, maybe Ethiopia, to come together to pressure them to allow Africans to manufacture that vaccine on the continent. So this is the challenge we have.
Yeah, I just was going to respond really quickly to what you were saying, and to say, look, this is why it is so critical that Nigeria decide, listen, we're going to be an export economy, and to focus on intra-African trade, because you have to build an economy that can exist outside of the lifelines from the West. And right now they can't do that. Right, so that's why they get scared when they're like, you know what, we have the scientists, we're gonna make it anyway, and you guys can do what you can kick rocks to try to stop us. Right now, they can't do that, because if they get embargoed, if you will, if they get sanctioned, there's no way for them to make money outside of the existing structure. They don't have the banking. They don't have the defense. They don't have the economy outside of development with the West. And so one of the ways that you have to develop Nigeria is with, first of all, the philosophy that we're going to be exporting finished goods to, number one, our region, which is West Africa, but to Africa in general. And the way that we're going to do it is basing it on a barter-based system initially, so that the people get used to having money. It's almost like when you do things on inventory, right, where you're loaning them the product up front for them to make money on it and then return that back to you in a percentage of whatever they sell of your stuff. Do you know what I mean? That a lot of these countries are too poor to buy at retail price, right? So what you start doing is you start looking at the other countries that are surrounding Nigeria and say, okay, you guys got this, we need that, we have this, so we'll exchange it and we'll cut the rate on it so that they get used to having money. Now, once they have money and you have money, right, then you can sell to each other at a price. But when you have money and they have nothing, then you can't sell to them because they can't afford what you buy, right? So the system is, what that will do is it will grow, which was an issue that Nigeria first was raising about investment. It will grow the GDP. Part of the reason why Nigeria is weak is because their GDP is producing way below their productivity potential, right? So what you've got to do is you've got to grow the GDP so that it matches its productivity. You have all these young people that are not being used because you haven't grown the economy to use them. And the way that I suggest that you do it is through inter-African barter trade. So,
I think you have a point there. I think you have a point, actually. That's a very fair point, because I never looked at it from the point of view of also growing their this thing. If you really want to pump them up so that then this as a feedback, it comes back to Nigeria. And that is an interesting way to look at it, because like what is happening now is that because Nigeria it was anyway, I don't know whether it is now anymore because of this last government, Nigeria was one of the cheapest countries in the world in terms of manufacturing anything. So, and our petrol even was so cheap that they go and sell it in the next neighboring countries. And today, most of our food crops, because of the increase in price in Nigeria now, many farmers want to rush outside to go and sell it, and the government has to make a lot of effort to keep them within the country because it's causing food inflation in Nigeria itself. So, maybe we can strategically do it in such a way that we pump this thing, goods that are manufactured in Nigeria. We just have to start manufacturing more, then give it to them, then it starts returning back to us later.
Even Felipe said it earlier. He said this is the right time for investment in manufacturing because it is cheap to produce right now because of the depreciation of the currency. The reason why we are not benefiting it right now is because the productivity when it comes to manufacturing is very low. But right now, if you are someone that that do export business, it is the best time.
Yeah, that's if you have the equipment in Nigeria already. If you have to buy the equipment, it's very expensive because now, because the Nigerian currency has reduced in value, to buy the dollar is more expensive, which means to buy the equipment is more expensive. But if you already have your tools in Nigeria, or you don't need tools from outside, I think you make a lot more profit in exports now.
To Nigeria. I always thought Nigeria, for example, that we import diapers and all those things from abroad. But when I watched Wodomaya China, they say guy, he said like he returned back from America to control the company because the dad passed away. He said they have been in business for like since the 70s till now. Guess what? Most of his products are not sold in Nigeria. They are sold in Ghana, Mali, Ivory Coast, and I think Togo. Yes, he sent them to those locations. So there are people like that. If you don't search them, you don't know they exist in the country. They have.
So why do you think his product don't sell in Nigeria?
No, like he mostly just ship it there. That because he said they need it because they have others. There are other company like him. You understand me? It's not just he's not the only manufacturer of diapers and baby. This I always thought we imported.
We do have plastic in Nigeria, and
yeah,
plastic
we do.
is not depends on, and it looks like, I don't know, because plastic, what is the base material? Is it not also petroleum products? So
yes,
from petroleum product, maybe part of the pellets and all the rest of it. We do import some of them. I don't know whether we manufacture them from base, at least due to the refinery shutdowns. But I think even the so you know the smaller refinery, I've forgotten what they are called now. Those smaller
modular refinery.
Yeah, modular refineries. I think they can output products that can actually, be used for plastic.
No. Dangote said they will be selling. He said the one they will be producing, they will be selling. I think Nigeria normally consume like 20% of what is going to be producing. They will export the rest. That's what he said. I listened to his interview concerning plastic.
We manufacture, but if you look at the value of our export versus our import, it's like zero. It's like it doesn't even exist. Our export is nothing compared to the size of population we have. How can Singapore, tiny country of about 5-6 million people, export more than the entire Black African continent? It's like, in short, the whole African continent, even not just Black African continent. So it tells you the scale that we have not even come close to achieving.
But the truth is that to Nigeria, we export a lot of things, but they are not on paper. Many people don't want, many Nigerians, we don't like to pay tax. Let's be honest. A lot of things are being exported, but they are not being recorded properly.
They are being recorded.
See,
where are you exporting them? If you are exporting something to the Western countries where the money, you can get a bang for your buck, and any of the other countries, they will know now it's through the shipping routes.
On that, yes, on that I agree with you. I mean, within Africa, that's what I'm talking about. Within
Africa, I'm not sure it's that significant. Most of the African countries don't buy a lot. So yes, I will grant you that maybe it's harder to track those ones. But all these statisticians that put the numbers together, they're not stupid. They do weighting of all these things when they are doing their their calculations to get a relatively accurate figure. So
I was just going to throw my last couple of stuff and hop up off of here. One thing is on the ethnic thing, one of the things the Chinese did, which it was a lie, but they are fine with it because it helped them to structure a defense to the West, which is that they passed this lie that 90% of China is Han-Chinese, and they put that as their ideology and their, like primary education for their kids. But it's actually like 56 ethnicities that are in China itself. And each one of them is self-governing, although it falls under some sort of umbrella that they're Han. And what I would say is Nigeria needs something very similar to say, I don't know what it's going to be. I don't like this particular one, but as an example, to say that we as the Nigerians, we're all Bantu, right? Now, there are different kinds of Bantu. There's, Igbo, there's, Yoruba, there's all the various ethnic groups. But to be able to have that defense that we're 90% Bantu, so therefore, when the West comes in and tries to find these disaffected groups, that the people have been trained that no matter what we call ourselves ethnically, that we're all the same type of people. So therefore, at core, we're the same. We're not we're not able to be separated from each other as easily as we can now, where each ethnic group, they know what they are, and we all know what happened during slavery, that they were able to separate us by selling guns to one ethnic group to go get the next ethnic group and seize land, right? Or seize their wealth or whatever it was. And whoever had the guns had the ability to dominate the ones that didn't have the guns. It was a very simple thing. Although I would also argue there too, Niger, that was a case where the kings were not focused on reverse engineering. They had muskets, but they didn't tell the intellectual artisans, of which there were many in all of the West African countries, to, hey, reverse engineer these guns. They didn't. They just they constantly were using their gold to buy stuff rather than to make stuff. And that's a problem still among Africans, both in the continent and in the diaspora. We're able to invent things, but we never mass produce them. And because we don't do that, then we put ourselves in a position of weakness for people who can mass produce, even though what they may be producing is trash. So
you are quite correct there. There is only one kingdom that did this, that actually started manufacturing guns. This was the Benin Kingdom. And from my research, the reason why they failed in terms of being able to defend themselves was what you said, mass production. They didn't do a lot of mass production. From what I gathered, that the depth of the people, the artisans that know how to do these things was not as deep as it should be, like to be able to do mass production, because those days it's mostly, you know, by hand that they do all this in Smiths. And part of the reason, guess what? Because they were busy selling human beings as slaves instead of using them to doing the mass manufacturing. So, and this is one of our original sins that cost us greatly. I was quite surprised to see that they were manufacturing stuff like this one. Nice, almost like some kind of cannon or something. I don't even know. And this one is like a cannon too. This was by the Benin Kingdom, and this is a gun that they kind of reverse engineered. Yeah, as you mentioned, they reverse engineered it, and the British came with Gatling guns and kicked. Oh my God, the British kicked the living daylight out of them.
Well, this was why we lost. Was the at the end of the 19th century was the Gatling gun. The tragedy is that the Gatling gun was actually invented by a Black American. It's tragic, you know.
Nice.
So, but here I want to land on this point, and then I'll let you guys go. And that is that on the military defense thing, just like, you know, I think you guys know this, that if you want to immigrate to the United States, you can also sign up for the U.S. military, and then they put you on the pathway to citizenship. I would suggest, and I think it would be a tremendous thing, is that the Nigerian military should really look to its diaspora to see if people that are interested, they've done the DNA test and they are of Nigerian ancestry and ethnic group, to come back and serve in the Nigerian military and to offer citizenship and other perks to do that. Because I can tell you, if you just look at the disposition, there are a ton of people in the diaspora that would love the opportunity to fire back. That as they stand in their small countries in the diaspora, that they can't fire back on the people that are oppressing them. But if they could gain a second citizenship and serve in the Nigerian army, there would be a wave of people that would sign up to do that, and it would be good for the Nigerian military as well, because the outlook of the diaspora is, as you can tell, much more militant than the outlook of the people on the continent. And I'm being general there, but I'm saying that they would love the opportunity to shoot back.
Yeah, from what you just said, it just reminded me about the potential of the entire this Black community. And this is why I feel like it's really strange how you don't see a lot of overt a kind of geopolitical wanting to break free that you should expect from people with such potential. Because like you said, we have there are Black people in the military, Nigerians specifically in the US military. Then there are also a lot of Black Americans in the US military. Then you go to Brazil, we're everywhere. Compared to any other group apart from the Europeans, we are the only group where if we decide to get our act together, the tentacles of our reach is global. Like, we are everywhere, all around the world in significant numbers. And in many nations, like if you look at some Caribbean nations, they are just Black countries. But they are poor and they are like fatherless or motherless nations, not like the European countries. So you can see that if Africans got their act together, I think what you are going to observe, if that day is ever going to come, if Africans get their act together, the Black community globally, their fortunes will be transformed quite fast. It will happen very, very quickly. it's going to happen like within 5-10 years, and people will be like, what just happened? How quick? Why did it just happen so quickly? Because we are present everywhere. It just needs one side to get the act together. Either it's in the diaspora, one part is able to strategically change things, or it's on the continent, they are able to change things strategically. If they do that, the knock-on effect is going to happen so quickly, because the Chinese cannot boast that they have a massive presence in America, but we can. The Indians cannot boast of that, but black people can boast of that. So you can see that, you can see why the potential is so high, but and at the same time, we don't even make any move. You don't see that African leaders and the people are trying to break. You see it in the African American community that sometimes they really do try to push, but even now you can see that they're not even pushing that hard anymore. The only time you hear about it is now and again is FBA or reparation. That's when you hear about stuff. So it's a very, very interesting dynamics. And my prediction is, if our fortunes are going to turn around, it's going to happen faster than it happened for even China. That's my own prediction, because our tentacles is so wide, it's so broad around the world.
Yeah, I think that the big issue in the diaspora is to have an idea economically how they plug into the whole. So like, Claude Anderson, I bring him up often because he laid out, that there should be Africa towns. I'm happy to announce I have now seen, again, shout out to Brother Gassim up in New York City. There are a couple of restaurants now that are African, Black American fusion. So we're eating the same or similar foods now, right? And so from that, then maybe we can shop together. We can develop multinational grocery stores where we eat the same things, which will be better for particularly the Black American diet, to eat more of what the West Africans eat, right? So there's a lot of potential there, as you say, for us to come in quickly and get together quickly, but it just requires hitting that switch. And I would say the potential is there. We just don't realize it. If you go back and look at when Black Panther, the Disney movie came out, how many Black Americans showed up to those movie theaters in African garb? It was unreal how many did that.
That was crazy. We are more, see, I've said it before, we, the Black community, are some of the most united groups around the world. We may not believe it because we've not really been called upon directly like that. The reason why I say this is because we don't have any recent serious animosity towards each other where we slaughtered each other in the millions of. Imagine Europeans that they literally have memories of slaughtering each other. The Russians lost 27 million. Europe, they killed 80 million during that Second World War. They killed each other so much. You don't see that on the continent or between us that much. We do have our arguments now and again. So you can see that we've never really been called upon by necessity. If that happens, that's why my prediction is that if we throw that switch, as you put it, things are going to transform quite fast. That's my belief, because the fundamentals are there. Asian countries hate each other. Japan went and totally decimated China in the Second World War. They remember that today. The Taiwanese remember the fourth war they fought against the Chinese Communist Party. This in North Korea remembers what South Korea did to it. Europe, in the same way, all around the world, you see that. Maybe the South Americans are slightly different. I don't know about the kind of conflict that they've had there, where they have recent memory of fighting each other. I don't think they've done that much. But in terms of the great races in the world, amongst Black people, we are far more united than we like to think. That's my thinking. And because of that, if that switch is thrown, the transformation will be almost like, for many people, it will seem like it just happened overnight. Within 10 years, you will see the total revival of within the community. Because if Africa revives itself, just watch how the knock-on effect all over the world. It's just the knock-on effect is gonna be all over the world.
Well, I have encouraged and I continue to encourage, I'm going to leave on this note. One of the things that has shocked me about the Afrobeat thing is that I watched or read something where only 2% of the financial productivity of Afrobeat profits are winding up in Nigeria. And part of that is because it's been Western companies that have come in and signed those artists. However, the potential still relies, because it's a relatively new art form, to all of these artists that have hit songs both in the UK and in the America that didn't make any money off of their hits, to come together with the Nigerian producers, set up their own production studio, and to own their masters of redoing their hits. That with an Afrobeat, or there will be all these fusion forms of Afrobeat that are going to come after it. Afrobeat jazz, Afrobeat reggae, Afrobeat, reggaeton, all of these things, Afrobeat samba, there's all this potential there for wealth growing. And but the thing is, what I had said before of it, it's building blocks, right? You have to have this structure where this is a Nigerian production house. We're going to do a joint venture with, there's so many of these guys that did, like Father MC and all of these guys that had hit records that basically they're not making any money off of it. If they come back and re-record their hits with Afrobeat and change them, then they can make some money. And we already know it's a hit, and the money winds up in Nigeria and in the pocket of the artists that came out there. Plus, then you can do festivals. Then you can build venues for the festivals, like they were doing this thing in Afropunk in Ghana. The money then just circulates. And so I want to leave it there that we have the potential.
Yeah, the Afrobeat one, when you mentioned it, it's very interesting, because in my mind, it's almost similar to what happened with the African Americans, isn't it? I think the greatest benefit African American got from generating and creating so many talented, extraordinarily talented artists from different areas is the soft power part of it. That is the most powerful, not the money, the most powerful aspect of what African Americans did. Because of that, I don't know how many continents that they don't play African American music at all. From James Brown to Louis Armstrong, Nina Simone, everywhere on the world they listen to them. And then if you translate that to the Nigerian space where Afrobeat is doing well now, yeah, we are getting 2% of the income profits from it. But the soft power aspect, I think, is, for me, I value that one more, because every black person, every Nigerian gains from that, just like every African Americans gain from the stuff that a lot of African Americans have done, from Wesley Snipes to Denzel Washington, all those things. There are knock-on effects that we don't often notice, but it's there. And I think that aspect of it, we don't need to translate it to actually hard cash. And I agree with you on that, because it's only as much as you can go with soft power without necessarily having the hard cash in your account. I agree with you.
Let me throw one last thing. I keep saying one last thing. But there's a real opportunity right now for Nigeria and Nollywood to merge with the Black American Hollywood crowd, because Hollywood is in financial straits, and part of the reason it's too expensive to produce in the United States. So if the Nigerians put together, every one of these countries that makes movies, they have a tax and package that they offer to move your production to their country. And so Nigeria, I looked it up, does not have a package yet. But if they could develop one, including insurance policies for doing production, then there are all these Black American, Hollywood people that are looking to do work, because Hollywood's going out of business, sort of. So there's a real opportunity for financial explosion, because
you're so correct there. I remember when the British, I remember when the UK did this similar stuff. You know that UK too is quite expensive. The UK had to subsidize a lot of American companies from doing business, films in the UK. That they even do like special effects and all that stuff. I remember they were talking about in the UK. That was very interesting that you mentioned that. I think that would be cool if Africa, like Nigeria, could pull that one off.
All I was going to say is that, you know, the main thing is the structure of the studios. Like one of the things I love right now is you have a growth of Nigerian animation, and what many of them are doing is going back and telling some of the Nigerian stories and fictional stories and some of the graphic, what they call comic books here, but graphic magazines. And that those stories are tremendous. And, you know, that's just basically voiceover with a certain level of animation that they're doing. But that the ownership of those studios should be joint ventures so that the intellectual property created by that is owned by the Black American and the Nigerian production. So that way the money stays there. So then the Hollywood studios and the European studios are paying a licensing fee for something that's already successful in Nigeria and West Africa.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. If Black Americans and Nigerians work together, my goodness, that is it's going to cause a lot of trouble around the world. I tell you, it's going to cause a lot of trouble because the energy both sides have is just unbelievable, really. And it's strange that we not necessarily worked that closely together.
Let me quickly comment. The reason for that is that what I observed is that Black America must see us as a partner, like a place they are going to make money from. Because most times they always see things like charity, and that doesn't work for anybody. It doesn't do any good for anybody. They have to see Africa as a place to make money from. It's not bad to think that way.
Saying, isn't that what he's saying? I
agree. I agree with
the as a charity. Black men, I've never seen it. Black Americans treat Nigerians as a charity.
God, no, let me tell you why I said like that. When you look at it, Black America actually helped in publicizing, for example, Afrobeat. For example, the first was Snoop Dogg, then Akon, then this other guy, Rick Ross, then Chris Brown. So these guys, they were highly involved in collaboration, like making the music popular in the diaspora. But at the end of the day, they didn't take position. They allowed the Mozungu to come in and make the investment. Now they are reaping on the fruit.
Yeah, but your point was that they did this stuff like some kind of charity. That's what I don't. Okay,
yes,
I get your point. I get it now.
To Nigeria first comment that here right in the chat, Mr. G1804 says you want the superior blacks to come save the dusky Africans. That's exactly what I didn't say that.
Oh,
but no, maybe
that's
he's
what
kidding.
Nigeria would say. Like, Nigerians, they do that to each other all the time. They say black people we do this. We are experts, as always, trying to look for an excuse to differentiate between ourselves. But I don't think it's deep. I'm almost 100% convinced that all this stuff that we talk about is minor compared to what other people have, the kind of division you see in other countries and other people. Look at what's going on in the Middle East now. Come on, man. We are like...
Wait. Before we transition too much, to be fair to him, he was just kidding. But the point is that there is that trolling kind of thing that we do with each other.
Yes, yeah, we don't rest with it, man. We like to do this constantly with each other. Like even in Nigeria, even when we are like having simple conversation, we just start differentiating with each other and looking for any excuse to badmouth each other. Yesterday it was very funny when we were having a session. It turns out that the person that was responsible for always talking about how divided we are and calling minorities like people that they should discount in Nigeria. We made him host the panel. And he was one of the most successful hosts on the panel, and he brought people together. He got Nigerians online speaking Pidgin English, that even the guy that owned the channel even had to step in. A lot of people came in just to hear Nigerians speak Pidgin English. It's crazy. So it tells you that when you observe within our cultures, even if it looks like we are divided, we are not as divided as we like to think. We've just not been called upon on that level to respond to something. If that happens, my goodness, I think the world will be shocked what they will see. And I think the wise people in the West, they know this, and hence they don't want to trigger the entire community in one go. And one of the ways you could do that, like if you go into a black African country a Western country goes and invades it, that is going to trigger it. And they will know. There is a reason why you've not seen that in the last 60 years. You've not seen that in the last 60 years. Because they know if they do that, it's going to trigger people all over the world.
Well, this is the thing that it's my view that some of these people that are promoting these various things that are anti that direction are ops. That the more that we come together and, you know, particularly start making money together, that there will be people deployed to make sure that doesn't happen. Because at the end of the day, that it makes the life in the West more expensive if West Africans and diasporans from West Africa come together, because the economy that we would create then would make everything that they buy for cheap more expensive. You know, so
I don't blame them. If they do anything else, that would be them neglecting their duties. That's exactly what they are supposed to do. If I was in their shoes, I would do the same. So I don't expect anything else. We as a people have to prepare for that. That's the whole point. When you make a plan, you have to prepare that man on the other side is just as smart as you and have his own interest just as much as you. And if you can do it, if you understand that, it might even help you do it in a way that you don't have to result in conflict between yourselves and them. So I don't expect them to allow us to just go and make life more difficult for them. Who does that? They want to make sure they get it easy.
Tunaja, guess what? The song that Chris Brown and Davido and one other guy made recently, sensational. I think they are considered to be nominated on the Grammy. You see, so when we work together, that shows that when we work together, we actually win together.
I tell you, if African American and Nigerians start working together, that is the beginning. No, that if they start happening, and the thing that hasn't happened yet, it hasn't started happening on a governmental level. If that starts happening, you are looking at Israel now, and this is going to be on a different level. It's going to be on a different level. The power the African Americans wield because of Nigeria, and the power Nigerians will wield because of African Americans, is just going to exactly the same way it's happening with the Israelis right now in America and in Israel. They wield a lot of power because both sides are very powerful, and that's what is going to happen. Because I see, no matter what we like to say, I in the African American community, I don't see a lot of direction. However, I do see progress in terms of individual economic outcomes. I'm seeing signs that they are making progress in terms of economic especially incomes. You can see people that have a lot of money within the community. You can sense it even within the way they carry themselves. You can sense it too. I don't know whether I'm getting this. I'm making any point from something you observe, Philip. Is this something you've noticed within the last 20 years that African Americans have gained some, they moved forward economically in the US?
Yes, I mean, this kind of goes back to the previous panel that Kaizo had about the British blacks, the UK blacks. The issue from my standpoint is Black money versus Mzungu money and how that progress has been made. I would agree that Black America has, in some sectors, really gone to the top of the hill in terms of economic access. However, I would also say that a lot of that success has been through Mzungu money, not money that's Black African money. And what do I mean by that? That specifically, if you look at our top billionaires and so on, if you look at Robert Smith, say, that Robert Smith, that money that he has is primarily hedge fund money, and those are not African hedge funds, right? Those are Mzungu hedge funds. This guy that now they're bringing forward, I think he's an op, but regardless, I think his last name is Stewart, but he's got military contracts in IT. So, but once again, those are Mzungu contracts. Those are Mzungu money, right? As compared to, let me talk about somebody with Black money. This guy, Robert Johnson, that owned BET. say what you will about BET and its content, that when he sold that BET company to Viacom, he went and built a resort in Liberia. And then he also convinced Delta to fly direct flights from New York to Monrovia, right? Because his money was black money. So where we need to grow is in the institutions like Kano or Kono Tree is saying, like African Diaspora Fund. I would say that, and just I would love to see a merger of Nigerian banks with Black American banks. There are only 12 Black American, I mean not 12, 28 Black American banks remaining in the United States now. But if they merged assets with some of the Nigerian banks, then it's a bigger bank, right? Both of them need to upgrade what they do. You know, there are issues, I don't want to get into it now, with the Nigerian banks and how they do their record keeping and so on. So, but that's something that if you build that economy that we talked about the barter with the countries that surround it, where everybody around them gets a taste of money so that they can then buy your things and you can buy their things, then we can grow these other things that we're talking about. But we could do it right now today with the Nollywood stuff if Nigeria put together a tax package, and with the Afrobeat stuff. And as Nigeria First just pointed out, that they're already doing it. It's just, the more success that we have together, the more it will happen and the more that people want to do it, you know?
Yeah. And it makes both sides a lot more resilient. I can see a lot of paths forward. And at the core of this, then, if we really want to scale this so that it starts spreading all over the continent and even maybe even outside America, then the governments have to start, reshaping their attitude. Because currently, the way the Nigerian leadership, or I don't know whether it's just the leadership or just the elite class altogether, maybe a section of them anyway, they seem to not be ready for that. And why I'm mentioning them at all, because they are not just governments, they affect these things. You will see people trying to work together to do stuff together. They can just, like now, like you said, African American want to do, have banking relationships with Nigerian banks. What if the Nigerian government just come and put some law and just cause some problems? Then it will affect the whole chain. And that is why they too have to be aligned. And like when they come to the US, I've never seen African leaders meeting the African American community when they come to the US for UN National Assembly. They don't do that. For me, that's a mystery.
Can I say something there? Because I think this is important to understand. Politicians never lead the parade. They always run from the back to get in front of it. So in other words, it has to be the small business people like yourself, myself, Nigeria First, that build these small projects that there's enough of a demand that the politician then says, oh, this is the thing. It's so many millions of dollars that are being done from projects from Black Americans. Well, I do need to meet with them after I show up but they're not going to do it on their own initiative because they're getting more money from the Western companies. Do you understand? So
I hear what you are saying. There's examples of it in Nigeria, where many companies in Nigerian government didn't patronize them until they sold to foreigners. One of them, they actually started working with the Nigerian company when Nigeria went overseas to find out that the company from Nigeria went there too. And they're like, oh, you are here, you do this stuff too. I didn't know. Then they started working with that company in Nigeria. So I hear what you are saying in that direction. My worry is that, okay, you said the politicians come after when, they've seen progress. That may be true. My worry, my serious worry, I'm really serious, because what I've seen with the Nigerian government in the last 2 years, they scare me. It's like they deliberately, when they feel that this is too much, maybe it's strategically against the relationship they have with their partners, they will do something to sabotage it. And in other words, you have to prepare for all that too. In a way, that's what Dangote has done. Because I saw that Dangote in an interview, he said that his wealth, he puts it, he diversifies it in different areas because African countries, you know the terms he used, African countries devalue their currency. That is why he does that. So you have to have a way of having the company be resilient to the sabotage that the governments do. You have to have that. If you can weather it, you will survive. And I think most businesses don't plan for that. That is why they fail.
I agree with that. It's happening. It's happening. It's just slow. You know, it's just slow.
Also, I kind of like the way Femi Otedola criticized the banks. I think he said for the past, let's say, 2 years or 3 years, the banks have spent $500 million purchasing new private jets. You understand me? The economy is not that in that kind of position whereby banks will be purchasing private jet, or you know, instead of that's a raw liquidity right there. That money should be invested in other area of the economy. No, but they all want to fly, you know, private jets. So
they are so tone deaf. They are so tone deaf. Does that even matter? Maybe the reason why they are tone deaf is because they don't see that matters in terms of the bigger scheme of things. That's why some of all these people do these things. And we complain because we see that people are suffering. But for them, that's not their reality. Maybe they feel like this thing we are doing is not a big deal. Even if we didn't do it, it's not going to matter. These people are still going to suffer. You see what I mean? So I take that criticism, but the banks are not the government. The government are the ones buying private jet, taking a lot. They can you imagine the current government spends more money on Aso Rock Clinic than the entire state? The Aso Rock Clinic that you don't allow the public to go to, and that he doesn't even use it in the UK now, probably getting a bit of treatment there. It's like, what is that? Why not just give the money to the state and reverse it?
Another thing with Nigerians need to do again. Nigerians need to focus more on, including myself, on the National Assembly, because we may complain that the president bought this, the president bought that. Let's be honest; those money was approved by the National Assembly. The budget need to be scrutinized. Some of these things that doesn't need to be there should be removed, because I think there's one guy that is it a budget or something. One of these guys, he's screen this thing. The budget. There were certain stuff that were put inside by the National Assembly. You understand me? There are some ministry who doesn't need a certain project, but they were allocated money, billions of naira, for a project that doesn't exist.
I think that is their expertise now, to steal money now. We know why they do these things now. They always want to steal money in Nigeria. It's like a thing now. Politics is where you go and make money. That is just a thing now in Nigeria. And to change that, you have to seriously change the structure. That is where structural change comes in. But that said, though,
let's allow that.
I don't have any problem with, he's going to come in. I don't have any problem with politicians making money. Do your job. Do a good job. I don't care.
Yeah, I agree.
Just do a good job.
Do a good job and eat, but they don't do a good job at all.
Exactly. People will know they don't want to do something to even benefit themselves.
Yeah, they don't know what they do.
Hey, Gas Them Up is here. I hope we are not talking. We are not going to go on.
Hold on, I just want to make sure. Wait, listen. Is Kaizo? Are you there?
Kaizo is not here. At least not here recently.
Okay. Because I mean, I can't talk. You never let me talk, so I'll just leave because I don't want to go back and forth. So I'll leave. I'll listen on the sidelines.
No.
Well, hold on. To Niger, you have to say, "I am the captain now."
I don't know what Gazemov is being all into his feelings right now.
Come on back, Gas. Come on back, Gas.
Since when has Gazemov become so sensitive? Jesus Christ.
We have to be able to break the ice and laugh among each other. Right? So I am the captain now.
Mm-hmm.
Colin, that's them up. Even if we disagree with you, we'll allow you to speak. Come on. We are not kids.
If anything, I seriously think that I'm the most abused guy on the internet.
I agree 100%.
So I don't know why Gazel is being so sensitive. Gazel, I thought you had a thicker skin that is, come on, let's not do this. So it's not personal. When you're having an argument with somebody, sometimes it's just good to share information to and fro. Because I do learn. Sometimes I might have a strong head. I feel like, okay, this guy has not given me a reason to change my own opinion. Maybe I'm a bit headstrong, but don't blame me for not changing my opinion if you're not a good teacher. Teach me well. I will take your opinion. So if you want to come and share your opinion, you can go ahead and do that. That said, though, I really appreciate what Philip has said. That he's opened my eyes to certain areas that I've not necessarily thought about, especially with the movie industry, having like Nigeria create an environment for the in the diaspora African Americans to come in and do movies there. That is a potential market because it's so expensive in the West. I've seen some of the budget, even Netflix, some of the budget that they spend on just some films is astronomical that they spend. And if Nigeria can capitalize on, taking some of that cost away from them, that would be a massive one. It's similar to what China did with just other goods now, isn't it? So there are so many areas that we have, and that area is not highly censored. Let's put it that way. It's not like who knows what I censored anyway. We don't know until we actually see it happen. Because the people that are in charge of Hollywood too, they don't want to, give away, some of their power in terms of their ability to shape opinions and the kind of movies people consume. So if African Americans start shifting it to Nigeria and they start growing, and because if the Nigerian movie industry starts growing with the African Americans, this in industry too, it's going to spread all over Africa. And that is a lot of power. And in other words, they can reshape the narrative on the ground. So, and this, from what I see anyway, in the music industry in Nigeria, Afrobeats, I think Afrobeats, from what I've seen, I don't know what I've seen all of them, they tend to be very, very, they tend to promote African culture quite a lot. I don't know what I'm mistaken, but what I've seen, like Ogechi, so many of them, they promote African kind of way of doing things quite a lot. And if African Americans are doing the same, because African Americans, they have a clearer kind of geopolitical view of the world than Nigerians. So if they start getting involved in that, man, the sky could be the limit. But what can I say? I don't know. Maybe it's not that simple. Who is Jan Zola? I see you there. Is a brutal dictator when it comes to panel. No, how can you call me a brutal dictator? That's a malicious statement. I will make sure I take your wrench away. How dare you call me a brutal dictator? I'm not a brutal dictator. I'm a benevolent dictator. After all, this is not what we all like to say that we want to see.
Nigeria is fair when it comes to all this platform. It's normally fair. They allow everyone to speak. Just that, sometimes you don't have a difference of opinion.
Yesterday they were beating me left and right. Nigerians are wicked though. Kai. Nigerians are worse.
On Dr. Damage.
Yes, Nigerians are worse. They will beat the living daylight out of you, man.
They always beat you on that platform all the time.
Christ. They won't let you rest on and on. African Americans, I don't know why people like to think African Americans are mean people. I don't see them. They are very, very nice people. African Americans, even on their worst channels where they are like, oh, how dare you talk here? But still, they are quite receptive to listening to you without, necessarily just knocking you down and just because you're African, you don't come and tell us what stuff like that. Maybe it's me, but man, Nigerians are brutal, man. They are really, really brutal. They will come at you just because you say one thing they didn't like. and everything else you said, they like it too. But just that what you said they didn't like, that's the one they will remind you of. They will not let you rest with it. Unbelievable stuff.
Was it CM that was attacking you? CM?
CM, no. CM one, that was a while ago now. CM now, he stays away from me, and that's it. He doesn't want to, because the moment I say something to him, he just starts shouting. That one is wired now. It's visceral.
But to Niger, this is what we were talking about in theoretical terms, the Switzerland model, and so you have to implement that when you're in control of the panel, man. You gotta be Switzerland, brother. You gotta be chill, and let the Italians talk, let the Germans talk. You have to be able to. You know what I mean? We can't just talk about it in theory. We got to live it in life. You know what I'm saying, brother?
That's true. I did it yesterday actually. I took 2 days in a row, Saturday and Sunday. I went and became part of the panelists and told Pansa to moderate. It was quite interesting because I felt like, because I'm a moderator, they tend to stifle my voice. So when I become a panelist, I become very, very aggressive with anybody that comes at me. So it was quite fun to do that. So I don't care about the power. I just care about the argument, really. Moderating is not, it doesn't make me feel powerful. All it makes me feel like, it gives me a chance to reply to anybody I disagree with. That's all it gives me a chance to do. Because that's what I'm here for. I'm just here to, sharpen my ideas and learn and stuff like that. So, yeah. Well, let me see what they are saying. McKennelly, Nigeria, many topics. Why do people hate ChatGPT? What kind of behavior is this? It's like you discover the cure for tetanus. You discover tetanus. This in a cure, and then you're like, oh no, you're using it. Why do you use it? It's almost as anti-intellectual behaviors of the stuff we do. Oh yeah, you gotta use Wikipedia. What do you want me to use? My own brain to get the data? Am I a statistician? I have to use other tools that are better than I am, that have access to this information. And personally, I don't understand this kind of snobbery to ChatGPT. That's dangerous behavior, actually, because you're telling our people not to use tools that they can use to get to the truth of any topic faster. Because if you want to check whether ChatGPT is wrong or right, check information that you already know. If it gets it right 9 out of 10 times, why should you not use it? I don't understand. Now they're just turning into some kind of bad thing to use ChatGPT to find information. One of the information I found from ChatGPT recently was I tried to look at the security state of many countries as they are now. Then I checked it after the Second World War, 10 years after the Second World War. Because many of them, those countries are not rich at that time. They are not, where they are now. Including Singapore, I'm not even sure it existed then. But if you check it, the consistency, that the way the structure of those nations at that time versus where we are now is not the same. So it tells you that maybe we need to change our structure now if we want to get to where they were, where they are today in the near future. So all those things, and I will not be able to find that information if it wasn't through ChatGPT, because you have to go through so many different sources to find information, collate them. These are the kind of stuff you do at university level. You have to do research and submit it to a lecturer. The lecturer grade it, and it will take you months to find this type of information. But now you just go to ChatGPT, you ask information. As long as you know how to ask the questions, it's like casting spells, and you just see the stuff start rolling in. It's knowledge that takes longer to get before that you can get now. If you don't like ChatGPT, then why are you using Google? Google is like that too. Why don't you just go and search the internet with your URL? So I'm looking for anything you're looking for. Why you go to Google? If it was that simple. So tools are there for us to use.
Did you see? Did you saw a news whereby they said Oando is about to buy a refinery in Trinidad?
didn't know. I don't know about that. That one though, I've heard of it in terms of a scandal though. Yeah, why? It's a good thing, isn't it?
But what does that mean? At least, see, instead of buying that, I think the government should just sell the local one, allow the private sector to pay me, like make it public, like make the bidding publicly, allow other businesses, local business to bid for those refineries. Because guess what? We have been pouring money on that on those four refineries. They have not worked. So let's sell it to the private sector. Let's allow the private sector.
Isn't that what Philip said? I think we should sell it or share it with private companies. Almost all our major institutions, and the reason why I think that is a good idea, because one, it to create billionaires in Nigeria, which is also good for us because we can sell the service to other countries, and it will also give them a good incentive to make sure the company is functional. Because if you look our public sector, they're just there to hemorrhage, steal money. It's like all the public sector, they are just stealing money, but the private sector, they have an incentive not to steal their own business dry.
Thank you.
So that's why I think it's a good idea to move it towards the private sector, given where we are in Nigeria right now. The culture in the public sector is poisonous.
I think there are how many refineries? I think there are 4, right?
Yes.
I think they should be, in my own opinion, I think they should be sold to, let's say, let's say, okay, one to the south, one to the southwest, one to the southeast, and one to the north. What do you think?
To sell them?
Yes, so that they won't know Nigeria won't turn into fighting, like sell it into 4 regions, like one sell it to someone from the southwest, one person from the southeast, one from the south, then one from the north.
Yeah, one thing I would say is that not a good idea to sell them to the northerners right now, given that Dangote has a massive one already. It's going to make it look like they're just taking all the resources that belong to other regions. However,
that was built personally. You understand? That was personally built. I'm talking about if you want to sell the 4. So when you
it's not for free now, your people are paying for it now. So you have to get where I'm coming from. Where I'm saying is that if you sell it to only northerners, I agree with you, but I'm also saying that I don't know. You can give it to minorities, you can give it to Yoruba, you can give it to Igbo, but it's about the entire industries in Nigeria. You could give refinery anybody that in the south, southwest, south to buy it. Then in mining, you give somebody in the north again. In pharmaceutical, you give somebody in the southwest. So it doesn't matter necessarily. But again, because it's in the refinery, maybe you are right. Just divide it among
to allow peace to reign. You understand me?
Yeah, but the reason why I feel a little bit strange about it because the south people that own the oil. If you want to divide it equally, what are they supposed to say? Personally, I would say, okay, give 2 people in the south, 2 of the refineries, then the other 2 to other parts of the country, because they have to kind of be overrepresented, given that the stuff comes from their region.
On that, I agree. That's a good one because you are right. We actually own the oil here, so we should benefit more.
Yeah.
But to Nigeria, don't you find it strange that we that actually have the resources, we are not the one that is causing all the problem in the country. It is those that don't even have the the resources. They don't want the country to grow. For example, if we see the country they actually spend the money developing the country, we don't really care. You understand me?
Yeah.
But the money is not being spent.
The majority groups in Nigeria, they cause a lot of trouble, and they cause a lot of trouble.
You are right. It's not about just laughing. You are just speaking the part right now. They cause more problem in the country than any other person.
Yeah, and yesterday, because of that, I had a topic that someday I'm going to discuss, that being part of a majority group, does it affect your way of thinking? That it makes you less rational in terms of looking at issues in Nigeria, because you're always thinking, oh, my people have to dominate, and it affects. And I see that on panels, like when I host Nigerian panels, sometimes you can see it. And one of the ladies even said it to me once, like, you are thinking like that because you're not part of a majority group. that I was like, that's quite revealing that she actually put it that way, because she literally came out with it. So it tells you that every time they say something, they are calibrating between how it affects the dynamic between them and the other groups all the time. And they are not always very rational. So it means that some of the minority groups that don't have that dynamics in their head, they tend to be more rational.
Do you also notice that they all think? Do you also notice that they all think in one direction?
Yes, they always tend to think in one direction in terms of being biased. You tend to see that, and it's good to highlight it to them so that they too see that they are a little bit. And I think they know too, because that's why the lady said it. They know to an extent that they see things in a certain way because they are not. They consider themselves as majority group. It's very interesting, that dynamics. Actually, I wish I can put myself in their shoes to understand why they think that way. We'll see. When we have that conversation, this is why I like this whole conversation, because I want to understand and why people think the way they do sometimes. That was and the Benin Kingdom. I wanted to say this to them the other day, because I showed the weapons that was developed by the Benin Kingdom. I wanted to say to them that Nigeria has taken a lot away from a lot of minority groups that all the big people like to make noise about. They don't know the Benin have sacrificed. They sacrificed their empire for Nigeria.
And guess what? When you talk about Nigeria history, Benin artifact and culture are very prominent. That's why you find our artifacts across the globe in Germany, England, and I think some of them in the US and all that.
I think the Benin need to get their act together a bit more too. They've let that area down a bit. They've fallen a little bit soft. I think the people that are in the ascendancy, especially in the south, is Yorubas right now. They are promoting their culture far more. And you wouldn't even know that Benin is one of the most advanced empires in the south of Nigeria. If you look at it now, you think it's Yorubas. But the Benin were one of the most formidable in that area. Technologically, the way they are out and the things that they make guns, for crying out loud. So they were really, really advanced.
You know that we were the last tribe that was defeated before the Fulani took over Nigeria. Others, they just when they get to Lagos, they just took them out. They get to the north, they took over north. It was the Benin and the Sasas that was giving them headache. Yes, it was us that was giving them headache.
Yeah, including the South too, because the South they also had.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The South, that was the last region they finally took over before they took over the whole country.
Yeah, because of King Jaja, all of them. Yeah, because those were the ones that were working with them now initially. The South was the one helping them bring slaves from other parts of Nigeria and all. So they advanced faster first, but Nigeria as a state has disadvantaged them the most. Because of these majority groups and all the rest, and they don't seem to understand the sacrifices other people have made for Nigeria to even be together when they talk about, when they talk in that narrow way because they just want to compete among themselves. And it turns out that the minorities have ruled the country longer. The minorities, if you put them together, they are bigger than any of the individual major groups in Nigeria. The minorities are massive in Nigeria. They're really massive. In all regions, we have minorities everywhere.
Most of them in their tens of millions in population.
And I think I wanted to do a series on it. I really wish I had time and the time and maybe even a bit of resources. Maybe my channel needs to grow.
You have refused to grow your channel. You actually you are a good public speaker, but you don't want to.
I'm trying.
You are very rich. You don't want to make money.
No, I'm not rich. See, I'm not as clever as people think.
No, you can do. See, you can do.
I want to do a series on the minorities in Nigeria. I would like to.
But see, even if you are busy, you can actually start a conversation. Then allow someone else to take over. Then you do your thing. You grow your channel like that. One man do that all the time, whereby it will log in, we just do some certain speaking, then it will go out, allow that person to moderate and all that. Before you know, your channel is going, because at least you have a lot to say and all that. Yeah,
That's
China
true.
is growing faster. Yeah.
I will do more of that. I'm just trying to get to 500, and anybody that is listening that hasn't subscribed to True Niger, do that. I think it's remaining about 26 now to get to 500.
And I'm already a subscriber.
Yeah. No, you can't subscribe twice. Don't before you go and unsubscribe. So I'm just telling you because we have 15 viewers.
Also, you don't promote your channel. For example, when you are hosting, always remember people to subscribe to your channel. Once you are speaking, stop for a while. Promote your channel. But you don't do that. If not, you would have hit 1,000 by now.
Yes, I should have hit 1,000. I'm not making a lot of effort to boost it, and which I should. I have all the reasons to do that because I believe that if I start growing, it will motivate me to do more. So I'm surprised I've not necessarily pushed myself in that direction yet, because I have so many ideas, so many things that I want to talk about too. Like even the series on the minority tribes in Nigeria that most people don't never talk about. A series of the security posture of all African countries, especially the black ones, and maybe even the diaspora ones, their posture, how it's affecting them. That could be a whole series. And the other day I was just sitting down and the titles that I wanted to discuss, I wrote more than, I think, 20-25 in just one sitting. You can see that there are ideas out there, but I don't necessarily act, maybe in time it will all happen in its due time.
What I would do, I will do my best this weekend when you're on what we call it, Dr. Damage. I will send you a message to remind you to announce it. Maybe if you forget, I will remind you so you announce your channel so people can follow you and start growing from there.
Yeah, that'll be good. Thank you. Yeah, you're quite great to be able to do that, and I really appreciate your support. And it's just one of those things. And when I get to a point, I think it will get to a threshold when I feel like, okay, there's so much to say now, and I'm on a roll, and I can now start putting a lot more effort and getting stuff out there. Because yesterday it was very organic, the conversation we had yesterday, and Dr. Dame, normally he will have a conversation for about 2-3 hours or 4, then he goes. But at the 11th hour, something happened and people started jumping in. It's like crazy. They started jumping in because of the conversations we were having. And we're speaking Pidgin English in it. So it's very, very interesting what you can do and the kind of relationships you build just by having... how Keizo used to... Even sometimes... I remember Keizo did a 24-hour stream once. Like, people were coming here talking. It was really hot. He built a whole kind of lifestyle for people here. So
that was a marathon race.
Yeah, that was a marathon one. Now, when you start having that kind of stuff, look at his channels now. He's grown. If he wants to do anything, he can do. And the people donate to his channel and stuff like that. So that's the kind of stuff. Maybe when I start getting to that point, it will motivate me enough to start focusing on. But I'm doing other things. It's not always online. You have to do everything. I'm doing other things to also put my money where my mouth is, trying to do stuff in Nigeria and stuff like that. So maybe that too takes my time.
What do you think about the coming election? Do you think it's going to be in the US?
Did you say 2027 election?
No, US.
US election. That is
it's next month.
Yeah, that is wahala on both fronts. From where I sit, it's trouble on both fronts. But I think as it stands right now, I actually prefer Trump for some reason, because I don't like what Harris is doing, or what the Democrats are doing. They are quite diabolical when it comes to Africa. They seem to be strangling Africa right now, especially Black Africa. They are intimidating our leaders a lot, and I think Trump doesn't care about Africa.
On that, I will agree. Yes, he doesn't. I don't think people know where Africa is located.
Exactly. So the only time he will care about Africa is, let's say he hears one African country doing something against Americans, like like in South Africa where the white people were telling during his time in office, the white South Africans are complaining about that they are being attacked. That's the only time Trump really talks about Africa, he cares about Africa. If you are affecting white people, Trump shows up. But if you want to develop your country, he doesn't care. If you want to buy weapons, he will look for a way to sell to you. He doesn't.
Yes. I think I told Charles recently. I said Trump will sell anything for you. He doesn't care. He doesn't follow.
And that's why I prefer him. That's why I prefer him versus the others. That's why I prefer him.
That's what I said. Thank you. That's what I was saying. I said that's the reason why the elite doesn't want Trump to win, because they know it's very transactional. There are some certain things he's not supposed to sell to any country. He will sell it. You understand me? Because he doesn't care. He will just do it. That's the reason. It's not that because they hate him. They just believe he cannot, do what they want him to do. That's just it.
Yeah, how is he supposed to do all that? He can't do anything now because he doesn't. This in terms of Biden anyway. The Democrats, they tend to micromanage Africa a lot, and their micromanagement keeps us where we are. They support what the French are doing solidly, and but I think with Trump we have a chance. And also with what is happening in the Middle East, if the Middle East implodes, that gives Africa a big chance. Let's say Israel attacks Iran in a bad way, and Iran replies in a terrible way to, let's say, they attack Iran's refineries, or maybe all of them even. Iran could now attack all the oil fields in the Middle East. And if they do that and close the Hormuz Strait, the economies of the world will cripple. And that's where Nigeria will have an advantage. Big one.
I'm telling you, Netanyahu, yes, he won that war. He won that war with Iran. Believe me, he wants it so bad.
Of course, he has been telling you that he's not behind it now.
See, people always fail to say this. That guy has been in trouble in the Middle East. All the problems that the Middle East are facing, he was the one that is the one that created all the problems, because he always go and show America fake intel and tell them, oh, this one is here, America will go and attack, and at the end of the day, they discover nothing there.
You see, like what I see in him, you're right that he's at the core of everything. It's like whenever there is any peace process even coming on, he's always there to set it ablaze. And then one of the areas, one other area that I will excuse him a little bit is that we always assume that it's only him. We forget that America is using him to achieve what they want. So that part is also going on. But he goes, you can see that amongst all Israeli leaders, he goes far beyond that, because he has that messianic view that Palestinians don't deserve their own state, and that they want to take that land without the people in it. Ideally, if they can keep the people out of it, that would be good.
Thank you. There's a guy that works with the defense industry. I think he's partly Jewish, he's partly black. The guy just all of a sudden become a billionaire recently. I think he's worth 3.6 billion, because I think they said his software is like they are using his software currently in Israel and in Ukraine.
Whose software? Yes. Okay, his software.
Yes, his software
in Nigeria.
No, he's a black. Like the mom is Black America, the father is Jewish.
I see. Okay, I'm not surprised then.
Yes, he founded the company with this guy, Peter Thiel. You know Peter Thiel?
I've heard of the name. I don't think I can. If I see him, I would know him.
Yes, it's Elon Musk crew now.
Wow.
Yes, they all form a paper together.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, they founded paper together. Yes, so the Peter Thiel and the guy, they created the company. Just declaring a billionaire recently. Yes, because I heard that since this year, their this thing share price has increased something percent increase.
Yeah, Many people are saying that the two-state solution is dead. Did you know that? I didn't know this, I just found out that in Israel, you are not allowed to have interfaith marriage in the US, in Israel. That you like Christian and Muslim can get married, or Jew and Christian, they can't get married in Israel. Do you know that?
That's why I don't believe that when they say Israel is the only democratic country in that region. It's a big lie. It's not true.
It's some crazy stuff, man. And this African American went there recently. I think his name is Nihisi Coates.
Yeah.
He's a writer. He went to Israel recently, and when he came back, he was like that he doesn't believe that in Israel as a state, the way they created it, like he says he doesn't believe it's ethno state, where the state is based on ethnicity in terms of the classes of people. That
I listened to him also. I think the former, not this current interview, the one he did before during when the war just kicked off. So I will have to listen to his new interview.
Yeah, that one is a new one that he did. He said, and the way he put it, I really found that interesting because I've always asked that question too. He said, why do we accept it where a nation says their race has to be at the top, and then you are not allowed to marry into their race in that country? It's like crazy. And they allow it to happen. How can America allow it when they represent the secular democracy? That shouldn't be the case. Just because they are Jewish doesn't mean you should give that kind of have that kind of rule in a country where it's like two-tier system.
Naija, go on online, you will watch this. Many of these people, they spit on Christians. I've seen video of these guys spitting on Christians.
Oh yeah, that I've seen.
So
that one I've seen.
This idea that they like other people, it's just BS. They don't like other people. They only care about themselves and themselves only.
You see that for me, if you don't like other people, fine, it's up to you. Because to be fair, given what other people have done to Jewish people, I don't blame them if they don't like other people. But I don't necessarily think that is the issue. For me, the issue is America claiming that they support liberal democracies and equality, supporting a nation that is founded based on basically the kind of stuff Hitler will even be proud of. I'm sorry to say, when you have a people saying that their group have to be treated in a special way within a nation based on that, and then you don't even you pass laws not to allow interracial marriage within that country. Is that not the kind of law they passed during the segregation period in America, where a black person is not allowed to marry a white person? That's kind of it's similar to the similar laws. Then you also have a situation whereby even the land, the way they sell land, it favors only a certain group. That is just unfair on so many levels. And America was like, that's fine, let's go. That is the normal way nations are supposed to be.
Don't you notice that everybody that claim they like freedom of speech, whenever you say anything you want to support, for example, Palestinian, you are shut down.
Fast.
Or you lose your job. Is that not a free speech? No, the answer is no. It's crazy, man.
And they are not helping Israel, This, you see, for once, I think today, there was a comment somebody was making. I think I was just listening to the news. And in my head, I think the person was talking about anti-Semitism around the world. In my head, I just felt like, you know what? Now, there is a chance that true anti-Semitism will happen in my lifetime. And when I talk about true anti-Semitism, in a way that people will literally start thinking that it's Jews that are causing the problem. Because it's not good. It's becoming dangerous right now. It's getting out of control. And this Netanyahu is not helping the issue at all. Because they start censoring people in the West too. That is dangerous.
The reason for that is that dissenting opinion have been kicked out of a platform or everything. That's bad. Any warfare, you have to allow dissenting opinion. They might be brutal in your ear, but they have to be balanced.
Exactly. Because even when America invaded Iraq, you saw the biggest protest in the UK ever during that Iraq war invasion, when America wanted to invade Iraq. And then Americans, anti-Americanism was so rife. I don't know whether you remember then.
Yes,
When
yeah, of
Americans
course.
travel overseas, many of them will claim that they are Canadians because if they came to Europe, Europeans, white Europeans were against Americans. You can't believe that they will claim that they are Canadians because of the resentment they had towards Americans during that period. And sometimes when I tell my Israeli panelists, sometimes when I'm talking to Israelis, I was like, don't think they were like, why does everybody hate Israel? Like, what makes you think you're special? It's not you. It's not you. It's what you are doing that's causing the problem, because the same thing happened to Americans when they did it. And yours is worse.
Yep.
What they are doing is
and
worse.
guess what, to Niger? Everybody that was against that war, it all turned out to be they were right.
Yeah.
All of them were right. People that were against that Iraq war.
Of course, they
all
were
of
right.
them,
They saw it.
they were, yes.
And that's how a lot of people are right regarding that of Israel, because they know that occupation has to end. If it doesn't end, Israel will always be on the wrong side of history on this one.
Did you know if they are even integrate the people to the society and allow them to live as one, the Palestinians would have even accept a single country. But the thing is that they are being segregated also. You don't want them to be you don't want equal rights. So all that changes
You
everything.
won't let them stay and you won't let them go.
Thank you.
It's like, what is that? I believe in me, I've had conversation with Israelis about this. Israelis that are actually in Israel, literally. And I was like, at the core of this is this thing that you are doing. You are seizing on other people's sovereignty. Make no mistake. All this stuff you are wishy-washy, Hamas here, this one there, that is just details. That their original sin is that they are holding the people hostage. They won't let them go. They won't let them stay. In other words, you want a kind of subservient population that you're going to use, and maybe ideally get rid of sooner or later. That you can't keep having that status quo. That history has suggested, I always said that history has suggested that the path you are walking right now is going to get worse and worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always getting worse. From the first Intifada wasn't as violent, not even as close as what we are seeing now. Then it got worse because they didn't get peace deal. I was watching during the talks in the 90s, late 90s, and so when I started observing these things, when they were saying, if this peace deal fails, things are going to get worse. So you are not listening. It's going to get worse. And it failed. And look at where we are now. Things are getting worse. Iran is going to go nuclear any day. It's getting worse and worse. All because of what? You won't let the people go and you won't let them stay.
But
what kind of behavior is this?
Another thing I also observe, Tunaja, let's be honest, is the reason for all this is the division within the Middle East. If the Middle East were able to just stand together firm and said and had a meeting with the United States and said, you must force Israel to stop this problem, or we will decide if you are going to go to war with all of us, then do it. Because there has to be a solution. Force American hand so that they will force Israel to, follow the 1960-something UN resolution.
You are right there. You see, the reason why the Middle Eastern countries, when we say Middle Eastern countries, the Arab countries, really.
Yes.
The reason why they are not as before now, the reason why the wars don't go on too long and it's not this brutal is because they are willing to step in. But the reason why they are not willing to step in right now is because they fear Iran more, or they hate Iran more than they care about their own Palestinian people getting slaughtered or this thing, the people in Lebanon getting slaughtered, because they are competing with Iran. They are busy competing with Iran because they fear that Iran is going to go nuclear. Iran is getting too powerful. So that is where the problem is. Otherwise, they would have stopped this. Like you said, they would have pressured America to do this.
But you know that if not for Iran, Israel would have taken the whole country by now. If not for Iran,
they would have taken it. Now these Arab people, they will sell their brothers. Now they will not.
Thank you. They would have taken over. So Iran actually is the one that brings balance to that location. If not for Iran,
we don't necessarily know that though, because the reason why I'm saying that we don't necessarily know that, because let's say if Iran wasn't
no. Let me tell you why. Did you know that Saudi Arabia wanted to sign an agreement with Israel before the attack of October 7th? You know that there were already an agreement in waiting. I think the meeting was in a few months to happen, whereby they will have Saudi will have relationship with Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was already in
but
motion.
But even if that was the case, you see, if Israel was serious about it and America was serious about that deal, they shouldn't have gone ahead. They shouldn't have allowed Israel to go as far as it did. Because there are other ways to get to Hamas than just destroying the entire the Gaza Strip, isn't it?
Thank you.
This is where the problem is. In other words, the Americans actually really want peace between Israelis and Arabs? I'm not so convinced. People like to think that America wants all of them to get along because of China is moving in and Russia. Maybe there's some truth to that. Maybe that's it, what people will buy. But America would rather that region is not developed. And if that region is not developed, it means their power is amplified. The ideal situation for America is that region is not developed and they are in control of it. That's the ideal. However, if that region is developed and they are in control of it against China and Russia, they can live with that. Maybe that's why they were moving towards that, kind of peace deal with between Israel and Palestinians. But if they wanted it a long time ago, why didn't they do it? They could have done it in the 90s. They could have done it in the early 2000s. They don't want it themselves. They want that division between those people so that they can use Israel to keeping control of that area.
They don't want it.
Can you imagine if Israel and Saudi Arabia has been working together for the last 50, 30, 40 years? Israel is a nuclear power. Saudi Arabia is extremely rich. They will control that region. Easy. They will have so much power.
They don't want a two-state solution. Anybody that tell you that they want it, no,
they don't.
Yeah.
Man, Americans are good at, I have to give it to them, man. They are really good at dragging things on. Look at the ceasefire. We want a ceasefire. They've been talking about wanting a ceasefire for the last 10 months.
But when you look at, okay, let me say this. When you look at the United States, they were actually, at a time, when it comes to, let's say, South Africa apartheid, they were actually against the apartheid government. They stood firm before those ones finally agree and decided to give the blacks the power in South Africa. But when it comes to this Middle East, like Israel, it's a no conversation. Everyone is scared. Even all the politicians are scared to discuss the issue. It's like when you say anything, you are done. It's like you are dead politically, or your life may be at risk. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a very, very strange dynamics that is going on there. But I think Nigeria may have an opportunity with all the tension. That's a matter right now. I think crude oil price has gone up. We should be left, and then the refineries. You see, people will be thinking now that this area is too hot. Nigeria is not fighting. There's no threat to their refineries. Well, let's think about buying from Dangote more. Can you imagine if before refinery come on stream, most people around the world will be coming to West Africa
Nigeria to refine. See, yeah, most people, it's like we have not allowed what like that, like the refinery, that project, or what is going on in Nigeria sink in our mind. Let's be honest, that's a huge economic boosting to Nigeria.
Strategic. It's a very, very big strategic change.
I'm telling you, it's a game changer.
Yeah. And I think one other area, see, let me give you this. If you know somebody, let me know anyway. One area I would want to get involved in is tunneling, underground structures in Nigeria. I think that area has potential to grow in the next 10, 20 years. Not only in Nigeria, the entire continent.
Like underground
bunkers, structures, train lines underground, all those things.
Oh, you are right. Yes.
We need them on the continent like a hole in the head. We need them big time. So
we
area, if Africa has to survive, we have to survive as a people. We need to build a lot of that.
I agree. Some of our assets need to be on the ground. I agree.
Definitely, and that's why I think if one wants to go into any industry, if I know somebody that is into that right now, I'm willing to collaborate with them and start building a company that gets involved in that area, because it's going to be a massive area on the continent.
Yeah, that's a good thing you just said. Underground bunker and all these things.
It's very, very important.
Very important. We need it. For example, I think a place like Lagos need an underground metro.
Yeah.
Even for place like Port Harcourt, Abuja.
Yeah, I think they are already talking about the Abuja one day. I think I heard somebody say something about it last week, that there was this proposal that they are looking to build underground train lines in Abuja. I said it's about time but the question is, why they actually go ahead to do it?
But the normal one is already in service already. You know, you have the
overground one.
Okay, the underground. Okay.
Yeah,
But how much do you think such project will cost?
Underground is quite expensive, but it has, in terms of cost effectiveness, it's actually, from what I gather, is actually more cost effective than overground this thing. Because the roads on the surface, they get damaged a lot easily. But if you have stuff underground, you don't get damaged that easily. And you can use it for multiple different things. You know, it has shielding, it has so many. The functions are just multidimensional, and it's something. If I was a Nigerian leader now, strategically, I would be building underground.
Also, you can use it as a underground bunker during war.
Of course, that's the whole thing. I will build equivalent of cities, towns underground. You just, no joke. This is no joke. And remember, this also stimulates the economy. Somebody has to build these things. It stimulates the economy. Everything is just rotating fast. But in Africa, we've not really started. We've not started.
And you know what? You know what you just need? It is that big machine that they used to drill. That is round. It's very massive.
We can even invent it. We have to make something that can even drill faster than what those
For
guys
example,
have.
I saw on YouTube the one Brazil used in one of their projects. They bought it from Germany.
You see?
Yeah.
So massive
very
machine.
expensive. Yes, very expensive.
Of course, they are super expensive. I don't mind. Get a massive one. And for me, when I look at it right now, the way Africans are, we have to find a way to do things more efficiently than others have done it. Like the type that they have in Germany, very expensive, probably uses a lot of energy that we may not necessarily have access to immediately. So you have to look at ways to do it in such a way that it don't use so much energy and it's not so expensive, but at the same time, it can deliver the same thing or even better outcomes for you based on our in geography.
Nigeria, I agree with you. It will be cheaper in Nigeria. You know what? Because we don't have rocky environment like that in Nigeria, whereby you have to crack rocks and all that.
Yeah,
we don't have it in our
in the south areas, though. But in the like Abuja, they have a lot of rocks. So
except Abuja, like Lagos now, there's nothing like that.
Yeah, not a lot. You go to Gun, you start jamming them. But Lagos is quite wet, so
that's all.
That's another one. Underwater structures. So we've not even started. We've not even started as a people. Because if you want to protect your civilization, this is what you have to do. This is what you have. Maybe Nigerians are doing it secretly. I don't know, but
no. That would be that's a massive. No, that's a massive project. We'll be aware of it. That's a massive project.
Yeah, sometimes they could do it quietly. You know, it's any smart government might think, you know what, if we open our mouth, talk about this openly, people will know. So we have to do it quietly, you know. Like even now, if I was in office, I could create separate institutions that operate completely independent of government. They have ways of generating wealth, and they will just go and do this.
I cannot believe you, because guess what? That coastal highway, for example, I saw an article. They said it's going to cost, I think, 4 billion naira for a meter to construct a meter of road. 1 meter, that's 1 meter. So I now do the calculation for 700 meters, and the money ended up as like it was about 2.6 trillion naira. But what I'm seeing in the budget is about $11 billion. So what you are saying that about this underground way, I don't know if it might be true, because the way that money, I was like, it doesn't add up.
Yeah.
Why is it? Okay,
do you know how many times the Americans have complained that China, there is money missing in China? They don't know what China is spending on that. It looks like China is spending on this is the weapon and the defense technologies. So because they always monitor what you are doing with your money, and that's how they tell what you are doing without people noticing it. So that we as a people have to figure out a way to start hiding and doing things.
Yeah, but what you just said to Nigeria, this is the first time I actually think to this direction. Underground bunker, never think about it once.
Oh, if we have to survive, given everything that is happening in the Middle East, that should tell you now. If you have to survive,
he has never come to my mind before. Because that's the thing. We don't feel danger when there's danger everywhere. We just feel too comfortable. What you just said actually make a lot of sense. I think our leaders need to, or no, even the private sector need to come in, build these things.
We don't have a choice. We'll have to be doing it now, and I believe that industry is poised to expand. This is what I'm talking about. We need to be creating Dangotes in these different sectors. We can build it in Nigeria, build it in other African countries. That's how you transform the continent. There is something to be done. I can say, you say whatever you like about President Tinubu. He talks the talk. My concern is that at the core of it is compromise. That's my fear. Like he is quite willing to encourage economic development. I don't see him like in Nigeria. Like if you are in Nigeria doing business, you just go and start destroying your business. No, I don't think.
No. It's not like that. Even his record on Lagos already showed that he doesn't do that where most governors normally do, whereby they have issue with their opponent, they start destroying their property. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, I don't think he does that, and I think he might be. This government is more friendly towards like business directly in terms of business people on the ground. It's just that their macroeconomic policy is doing far more damage than Buhari's one has even done. That is my issue with him. So
on that, I agree. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think? What do you think they should do next? Should they cut interest rate, or what do you think should be the next? Like if CBN want to do anything next, do you think
personally, one, they need to rein the currency down. They need to reduce the inflation in the country. And one of the easiest ways to reduce it is to cool the economy down. A kind of reining the foreign exchange, even if you have to defend it, because right now you still have to defend it anyway by subsidizing petrol prices. So you see, he removed the fuel subsidies, then floated the currency that he didn't want to defend. But because you now restore the fuel subsidies, that same money you could have just used it to defend the currency. And if you use that money to defend the currency, you could have stabilize the economy. There would not be that massive inflation. Business will not lose money. The benefit would have been far greater than what it did. But that said, the idea that maybe what he should do now, if I was him, I will bring the dollar back to around 1,000 naira to $1, or 900 naira to $1, and then reduce demand further. Like all those tariffs, all these any useless thing you think Nigeria, because like Dangote is there now. Dangote is producing petrochemicals for Nigeria. All those useless things that we are importing, block it. All of them now, block it. Because we've saved money, isn't it? We are not spending.
Dangote said the more we import stuff, we cause poverty in Nigeria. He said we should produce everything we consume. I kind of agree with him. Because after all, I eat rice and all these things, stew, soup. I eat Nigeria food. I'm not a fan of Western food and all that. So I'm good.
Of course, and it's better too. The Western ones are the ones that cause illness for us.
Thank you. Beans, yam. Those are the things I like to eat.
If we had if one is moving in the direction, like if I wanted to, if I was advising him, I'll say rein that currency in so that to stabilize the economy, so that it will now allow, because if you see, just by reducing the price of that's the increasing the value of the naira, do you know what happens? Petrol price drops immediately in Nigeria just by doing that. So you reshape the economy very, very quickly, because all the chaos that's happening in the economy right now that you are saying, oh, why should I defend the naira? We are losing more money because of it.
Okay. Apart from that, let me quickly ask you one question. What do you think about the national youth COFAB they want to do? Do you think it's a good move? I think they said it's going to last for 1 month.
National what?
National confab for youth, whereby the youth in Nigeria from different states, they will meet for 1 month, and the deliberations, I think it's on education, security, technology, and that's one I can remember. Yes. So
that is very good if they are doing that.
Yes, I think if you listen to the president's speech, he announced it on October 1st. Yes.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, there's going to inaugurate a team of people that will, commence this thing. That's what I heard. If it is true, I'm going to. I think I will attend, but I will attend via whether Zoom or any other social media platform.
No, is it not? It's not in any particular location. It's online.
I think it's going to be online, but they will also do it in a specific location, just like the way they did the one they do before in Abuja when they did the national confab. It happened in Abuja.
They hardly did anything from that confab. That's my concern.
But this one is a youth focus. I think it will be easy to implement, really.
Don't be sure. The youth, when you say youth, they are not very youth. We're talking about 30-something, 40-something-year-old. They know what they want. They would be demanding some serious stuff.
That's the thing. I think, to me, I think, for example, what do you think if, like, a country like Nigeria that has large youth that doesn't have what they are doing? I think there should be, federal government should create like a fund whereby you have at least, they give people, like, you can take a loan of maybe a 2% interest rate. That will actually help a lot of young people to set up business and do something. What do you think?
I think that is positive. However, for me, because we are bleeding 50 billion, I will always say give 2 million jobs to Nigerian youths so that they can go and at the same time go and you see what you said you should do right now. They will generate money for the Nigerian economy, but Nigerian economy will also be bleeding that money out, and they may not necessarily pay tax. So I guess they will cancel out that by the money that they generate in terms of tax that you will tax them. Let's say if you created jobs in Nigeria, like me now, I would say 2 million in the security sector. And remember, when you create that 2 million jobs, that 2 million jobs, they will demand building. They will need building. They will need uniform. They will need boots. They will need paper. They will need all kinds of things. So it will stimulate other downstream knock-on businesses in Nigeria. At the same time, the function you create this business for is also more strategic in terms of it will start plugging that $50 billion hemorrhaging from Nigeria every year. Nigeria lost almost $700 billion in a year, in 10 years.
That's a lot of money.
It's a massive amount of money. It's equivalent to almost 2 years GDP we lost because of insecurity alone.
I agree with you. Tonight, I saw on a chart, like way back, I think, Obasanjo and earlier this guy, Yar'Adua presidency. Our oil output was about 2.something million. So where's the 1 million? Where did the 1 million go to?
You see, this is where I think one of the biggest criminal or failings of President Buhari, because you are very right that you observed that in Jonathan's time, not that long ago, just before Buhari, it was over 2 million. But suddenly during Buhari, it just dropped. And if anything, security actually improved under Buhari. Yet everything dropped terribly. And I find that very criminal. And if you want to call Buhari criminal, that's where you really call him criminal. Or either because he's absent. There was a time he was overseas for a long time. Yeah. So all that period probably led to all these cabals, all these people that steal our resources to just run riot with our economy.
It's crazy because back then, just imagine, we didn't have the population we have now, but we're producing almost 2.something million barrels of crude, selling it in the international market. But right now, where we have large population,
1.3. Is it not 1.3 or 1.6?
Yes. It's like we are, instead of us to be going forward, it's like we are going backward.
Exactly. That I find that very, very mysterious. I was thinking about like most of the argument they were having with Dangote was because we are not producing enough crude.
Yeah.
If we're producing enough crude, we'll have, and we are not even asking for exceptional. Just go back to what Dangote, Jonathan was doing. Just go back to that level, and these guys have managed to steal our crude so badly that we can't even get it up to 2 million again. Can you imagine if Nigeria had 2 million right now to give to Dangote? Then we just sell all the other refineries to the private sector. Let them just go and start, give them crude oil too. Nigeria will be making so much money out of these things. That's value added manufacturing.
And do you know where this tea-free taking place? You know that is it what is called this place? Equatorial, that Equatorial region of West Africa, Equatorial Guinea, the Gulf of Guinea. That's where they normally do this stealing. They take the ship to those locations, and before you know, sometimes they put a Equatorial flag on it, and it's owned by the ship belongs to Equatorial. No, it's not. These are Nigeria crude. Stolen.
You see, but if they start processing it in Nigeria, guess what? It's going to be harder, isn't it? If they start having to bring it into the country, so they shouldn't be seeing any ship leave.
I think Dangote so successfully just disrupt the market because right now, because he said one thing, he said, we don't know how many millions of gasoline we consume. He said his products, they will put a tracker on the truck so that they will know where
the truck is going. Yeah, they can't leave the country.
Thank you.
That's very smart. You see, he's beginning to think. The question I often ask myself is, how did he manage to get his space to do all these things so far? And I would say maybe that is one of the greatest wins and good things that the Buhari did. Buhari was able to nurture this Dangote refinery to come to fruition.
Yes, we need to thank Buhari for that. 100%. Even if he failed in other area, providing FS or Dangote to complete that project is the greatest investment Nigeria has ever made in the past 20 years. But let's say since 1999, because he said one thing that is the biggest project Nigeria as a nation has ever embarked on. Because he said some of the things he wanted to, like he needed sand, no company could provide the kind of sand, like the amount of sand they need. Because we have never done such mega project before.
And because Dangote now has done some of all, let's say because we have been able to pull it off. This is a Nigerian project technically. We are able to pull it off. It gives us confidence now that if you want to do $10 billion project, it's not a big deal for us now. We can just pull it off because we now know that it can be done in the context of this in Nigeria. So it's a very good sign, and that's what bothered me when you start hearing them trying to cause problems for Dangote Refinery, because that would have really put a chill on anybody that wants to invest in Nigeria. Like, if this guy got this money and that fits him like this, what is going to happen if I put my 5 billion? So this is why it's good that Dangote Refinery is moving forward. And the question I wanted to ask you, I think I've asked people this question before, maybe I've actually asked you before, that I still need an answer to, is if Nigeria decides to give Dangote Refinery the oil at half the price, either based on interest, foreign exchange, like, give him $1 to naira is around 700 naira, or just halving the price of the crude to like $45 per barrel and give it to Dangote, and Dangote sells the crude, the petrol, to cheaper to Nigeria. Does any of them lose anything?
No, see, guess what? Dangote will accept such thing, but we other people in Nigeria allow that kind of thing to happen.
Oh yeah, they will allow it now because petrol price will be cheaper for them. That is why I'm asking.
No, you think so? They would see Nigeria is a complicated place. You see people come out and say, "Oh, it's being favored and all that."
Oh no! I can assure you, the question I'm asking is, would the companies lose? Would any of them lose anything by doing that?
No. Mostly, let me tell you why I said no. If they focus on, let's say they have one specific production line whereby this production line is to supply Dangote. So that will not be included in the what do you call it, in the IOC, the OPEC, whatever quota. You understand me? Because that is in-house consumption. So that will not be added to the what do you call it, OPEC quota that we have. You understand me? On that, I think I will agree. So that it will not affect our foreign.
Hold on, though. Because I checked OPEC, and OPEC said they don't set the price of their crude. That they don't tell the countries how to sell their crude domestically. So if Nigeria decides to sell its crude domestically at any price, then they don't have anything to lose. I ask myself again, why does, if they are exchanging naira to naira now, why is the government saying they have to sell it at 900 and something naira? That's based on the value of the dollars. Why are they doing that? I don't understand. That's why I asked the question. Because if you look at it, literally the government will just give it to Dangote for free. And Dangote gives us the cost that it takes to manufacture it and its own profit. Then just gives us the petrol out. So in other words, it doesn't cost us anything. All we have to do is take the crude oil money that we pay to the IOCs, give them their share, and then the 50% that is remaining for Nigeria, or maybe like you said, the local one that we have, we just give it to Dangote, and basically free crude oil. Dangote give us, in other words, Dangote will charge us the price of manufacturing plus its profit. That's all. The price of manufacturing. Then we just sell it to Nigerians at a cheaper rate. Do we lose anything?
No, we don't. I've already answered you already. I don't think we lose anything really.
Yeah, then why are people not arguing for that then? That is what, but that's what's it kind of surprising me, because
what you just said now, these are the kind of role. Just imagine you are part of the people in the National Assembly. This is a good motion for you to raise in the House. But guess what? The people that will do this thing now, that were supposed to raise such motion and deliberate on it, they will not do it. But what you said actually makes sense.
Now you see why I fear for the Nigerian state, that there are some people out there that are just doing things that shouldn't be happening. It's just sabotaging the country. Because if we are, that's why I keep asking the question, if we are not going to lose anything, why are you not doing it? Why do you insist on selling it at international price to Dangote so that it will be more expensive for Nigerian people at the petrol stations?
To Nigeria, if Nigerian National Assembly are doing their work, they will make things more easier for Nigeria. What you just said, now let's say National Assembly, let's say Tinubu is useless, he doesn't have any idea. They come up with this kind of idea. The president have no choice than to actually implement what you are saying right now.
He has no choice. The whole country will turn on him if he goes against such a motion.
He has no choice. But when you see these people are just there, they are taking fat salary. They don't do anything there. All of Gospel Pablo just does everything. It's just to laugh and smile. He doesn't do anything.
That's quite interesting, because I really wish I can have like an economist come in and answer this question.
I agree with you. It makes sense. What you said makes sense, because that can be done. It can be.
That is the one that really spins my head. For the life of me, I don't understand why we are not doing it
now. Okay, because now I cannot agree with you, because right now we have the refinery on the soil. So just sell the cheaper crude oil to Dangote, then we in naira, and they bring at least, let's say, okay, let him sell it to him at let's say 300 naira or 400. It is still a good thing. You understand me? It will also reduce the price.
Yeah. If like local one that you talked about, that we have that 400 in 1,000 barrels. Yeah. That one, give it to him for free. Then he comes out, all he charges you is his manufacturing cost and his profit. That's all. Then you take it and you give it to your people. Cheap price. So for the life of me, I don't understand why they are saying they have to sell it to him at international crude price. I don't understand that.
That's true. I actually also agree with you. Just only pay for the refinery fee, then you take care of,
Yeah.
the oil is
I feel
allow.
like there is something we are missing. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. I feel like I'm missing something somewhere. Something is not right here. Because you should expect more people to be saying this.
Okay, let me also tell you the problem. When you look at the oil sector, the problem is not just only the problem of the government. The marketer are another problem. They are over excess of profit they are looking for actually cause all this problem. They are highly involved in causing all this problem, let's be honest. Because when you look at it year by year, they keep on increasing the subsidy amount. When you look, for example, look back, look at how much during Obasanjo, or what they call it, the may so rest in peace, late President Yaradua. The gas price was very cheap. The what they call it, subsidy was very low. But all of a sudden, subsidy just skyrocketed beyond control.
Exactly. There was a lot of corruption that happened on that.
Yes, it happened.
It happened like crude oil output reduced and subsidy just shot through the roof. There's so much corruption that went on. Man, to an extent that I don't blame some Nigerians.
No, let me tell you what happened. Nigerians discovered that, like most of these oil markets discovered that gasoline was more expensive around the country that are closer to us. So most of them will just take the crude and the gasoline to other countries like Cameroon, Benin, Togo, even Ghana, because these people pay more higher gas than Nigeria. So that was what caused all the problem.
And they could have stopped it because you see, that's the thing about our state. What they tend to do, let me show you the pattern here. They will say, you know what, there's a lot of corruption going on here. So what we need to do is remove this thing, then the corruption will go away. But in reality, they have a way of stopping the corruption, but they won't. They will just use the corruption as an excuse to remove this thing. Then later on, after they removed it, then they will deal with the corruption then. Because I noticed that when the petrol price started increasing and all the rest, the government started looking for ways to stop people from taking the petrol this thing overseas. The same argument they made for round tripping in terms of the currency, when they could have passed that law that they passed after they floated the currency. They said, oh, no, we have to stop round tripping. You can't be defending the Naira and all the rest of it. Then they floated the currency. And they ended up defending the Naira again. They borrowed some money to defend the Naira because the Naira was losing value so much. Then what did they do? They went on to restrict the Bureau de Change people, the parallel market, from making more than 1% profit. When they did that, a lot of Bureau de Change, if you go and check the number, thousands of them went out of business. That is something that Buhari didn't do. He could have done that. That's something that Emefiele could have recommended, but he didn't do that. You see, our leaders, you wonder why I'm paranoid. They are some of the worst. I tell you, they are some of the worst human beings. They do some awful things that is like, why? There's no way you can do this if you care about your people or you put your people first. You are doing this because you are pleasing other people that are making money out of the Nigerian economy. That's why they do everything that they do. The fuel subsidy, clearly, the subsidy itself wasn't the problem. The problem was that people were exaggerating the amount that we needed as a nation, and then they are using the money to the extra to sell it amongst these African countries. They say some of them, the petrol doesn't even land in Nigeria. They will just say it's arrived and the ship goes somewhere else. And that is on the Nigerian tab.
Also, the reason for this is our inability to actually digitalize the economy and digitalize even our database of the whole citizen, both database for births and database for those that pass away. We need to have these things, because if not, because we look at Nigeria, we still do all this guessing. We guess the number. We don't have the accurate number of our population. So these things are problem. You don't know the area to put money. That's why you see politicians, they always get things wrong, because they don't have data to actually work with. That okay, this too big area will put this money. This too big area will put this money. I don't know. I think the private sector, like the guys in tech, need to find a way to work with the government to get that done. Put everyone, have everybody's data, You know how many people in the country, you know how many people that pass away, and also know how many people that are being vetted every day. Like, let all of us be in the system instead of what we are currently doing, whereby everything is guessed. Okay. That's why they don't know. That's why they don't get things right. Every policy ends up failing. For example, they know that Nigeria is a very, very unique place. You know, in America, when investors hear any negative news about any company, they will start selling off that company's stock. The stock will be crashing. When Nigeria EFCC or whatever it raided the Dangote office, the stock remained stable. I was like, what is going on in Nigeria? I was shocked. I was like, because that day I was watching the market just remained stable. But if it, I was like, damn, what's going on? If this happened in America, Dangote stock will be showing red. It will be a bloodbath. So Nigeria is a very, very unique and crazy place whereby you cannot predict anything. Since you think that they will work, it will not work. That will work elsewhere, will not work in Nigeria.
Because the country is not functioning normally, and just like many African countries, they are not functioning normally.
I think we should be offering local remedy to our problem. This recommendation from IMF and it doesn't work really. Let's apply local remedy.
Is it not so obvious? They should have known that by now, that whenever IMF tells you to go left, you should go right. It's a way. That's the best thing to do. If they say you go up, you should go sideways and down. IMF doesn't tell you the direction that will favor you.
I think Nigeria economists, they need to do better. They need to find a way to work with the government and stick their foot and go on television and say this is the way to do it. Because sometimes this what do you call it? Our leaders, they actually look at the TV, they see what's going on there. When they see people, for example, I think which policy? I think it was a policy about cyber tax or something. People we are going off on TV and everywhere. The president quickly, pull back. So it shows that they actually watch TV. They watch what's going on online.
Yes, no, they do listen to. See, I think this is why I think Nigerian problem to an extent is not as hard to solve as many of us like to think. It's just that the people that actually want to make a change don't have the resources. And when we say people that are ready to make a change, people that are also ready to make the necessary sacrifice don't have access to the resources. Because the moment you have like $10 million, $20 million in your pocket, you start becoming a little bit selfish, because you start thinking, if I do this, who is going to fight for me? If this will come and take me out now, what am I? What's going to take of my family? All kind of thinking starts taking over, because now you have wealth. And many of us haven't seen that kind of wealth. Just even $10 million. Many of us haven't seen it. And when we see it, we are willing to just compromise and say, you know what, this is too much for me. I don't need this hassle. But until you have people that have a kind of messianic view of these things, or a sacred view of these things, that there are certain things that are sacred you have to fight for, and those who will have access to this money, the money may not necessarily be their own, but somebody that has money funded them to do it, or they have a way of generating the money. You can never see people that are willing to make that sacrifice. And this comes down, let me just make this point before I round up, and we should be closing soon. The situation or the state that allows somebody that is going to be willing to make that kind of sacrifice, even when they have that kind of money to occur, is the kind of state that people like China, South Korea, North Korea, when you have been forced into it, you watch your people get smashed, killed, and you have to fight to survive, and you come out of it. When you come out of all those things, you know what is going to remind you? That your survival is more important than economics. That your survival is more important than the money. And then you'll be willing to make all the sacrifice, no matter how much you have. And that's why in those nations that experience these things, they go on to do better. We have not had that kind of experience. Hence, once we have money, it's easy for us to start thinking, this money that I have, I don't know. I don't know what I'm ready to risk all this. You need to, but they won't let me come to their country to come and enjoy the money anymore. And this Nigeria, they don't care anyway. They already suffer, so let them suffer. So you can see why, if you look at the dynamics, I can try to get myself in the shoes of these our elites. Why they fall for? Why should they make the sacrifice? They don't have any reason to. Nothing has motivated them enough.
Okay, to Nigeria, we need to be honest. When you look at, for example, Nigeria was not built enough to be people for everyone. For example, if you are a wealthy person in Nigeria, let's be honest, as a wealthy person in Nigeria, where can you actually go to in Nigeria and have fun? Like a fun place that you can think of in Nigeria. It's not there. The country is just like okay, for example, look at the tourism aspect of the economy. It's untouched. No one is even looking at that at all. That's just being abandoned. And guess what? We have a lot of festivals in the country that people from Brazil, Cuba, Black America, they fly in every year. But you see, still there's no investment in that direction.
Exactly. You know, there was a conversation I was having recently, and somebody was saying that Nigeria doesn't have festivals. That it's only, I think the lady was talking about South Africa actually. Oh, that Africa has festivals. That it looks like Nigeria doesn't have. And she's a Nigerian. I said, do you even know Nigeria? Nigeria has more than 300 festivals. You don't even know that the government don't promote that. That's why you don't know. Nigeria have festivals all the time.
We do. Calabar Festival is still there. Before, I think 10 years ago, it was a big festival that normally goes on every December. In my state, for example, during December, there's a festival, the Oba Festival in Edo State, take place during December. That's when we do New Yam Festival.
Almost every tribe has festival, and within tribes, even within the tribes, they still have festivals. Nigerians, they have festivals on top festivals. So see, it's very easy to build Nigeria. You know how Tinubu just went outside Nigeria to go and rest. Like, why didn't he go choose somewhere in Nigeria? If he chooses
a place like, let me choose a place for him. A place like Akwa Ibom, very peaceful. Exactly. I saw Akwa Ibom. Someone did a video, like a documentary on Akwa Ibom recently. My jaw almost dropped. I believe I rate him as one of the cleanest states in Nigeria. Peaceful, greenery, everything I like. Because I love a lot of greenery. The greenery was top notch, well kept. The whole place, the environment was breathtaking. I wouldn't want to ask my friend. I said, why is it that the tech sector in Nigeria did create their offices in that location? Because that's the kind of place they can go excelling. I don't understand this. Also in Lagos, they are doing the move to that kind of area, turn it into another Silicon Valley instead of Lagos. Everyone is forcing themselves in. Go to Akwa Ibom, for example.
And because when he goes there, it's going to increase the profile of the place.
Thank you.
You know? And we don't promote our things now. We all know this now. This is the part of the issue we have to be dealing with, you know. So the next generation, and I'm glad they're having that confab. There are so many things that they need to be talking about. Like all these our leaders that go for health tourism, that needs to stop. Our refineries, they need to come online. Security, all those things, they need to really push hard on this thing. And if it's in Abuja, if it's something that is going on in Abuja, it's something that we can inject into. I don't know when they are going to do it, but when the time comes, I would like you to give us a heads up, because all the platform, I would let them know too that they should inject their own voice into it.
I agree. I think I heard that they said during Obasanjo time, Obasanjo actually had his vacation in Tinapa.
You see?
That's
how nations are supposed to believe. That's how nations are supposed to be. You try to have your holiday in your country. At most, if you go far, maybe a neighboring country or country within your continent, or even a strong ally, you could do that. But even then, it's just not even. You don't do that.
It's crazy.
You don't see Netanyahu coming to America for holidays. He doesn't even do that.
I agree with you. At least fly, go to South Africa, or let's say go to Morocco, or go to Ghana for your holiday. You understand?
In a world where your phone could take your head off, and you are still trusting your leaders to be going overseas and people going to check them, they sleep in other people's houses. You can't trust anything anymore. I'm telling you right now, if I was Nigerian leaders, I would be like, anybody that can make anything come back to Nigeria, please come back. Please. I can't trust anybody anymore now. You got because anything you buy now, you don't know what they put inside now.
I think that should be a secret policy whereby you create incentive for smart Nigerians abroad, make the incentive attractive, invite them home, because we need them, because this idea that the ones in Nigeria are going to save things is not going to work. Because sometimes for example, when I look at people handling our ministry, I don't have hope in the country because some of these people are not bright. They are not going to implement policy that will actually make things work because the brain is not there for them to do it. We actually need the smart Nigerians who have performed globally. For example, look at the young man that is currently the CEO of Red Lobster. He actually saved another restaurant company before. This is the second one he's trying to save now. Young guy, he's in Nigeria, 35 years old. He was the CEO of PF Chan. He's a Chinese restaurant chain in the US. The company it was going through problems, and he saved the company. So I think he resigned from the company. I think last year, and this year, they assigned him to Red Lobster now to save the company again.
Wow.
Yes, that's just a 35 years old Nigerian. He doesn't even look 35. When you look at him, he should be in his 20s or early 30s.
That's how it's supposed to be now. That's how it's supposed to be. But thank you for having the conversation anyway. We'll carry on later on. That confab one is something that we want to keep an eye on.
Yes, I will say I will keep you posted.
Nice one. Thank you for coming in. And Dr. K, thank you for having me too. I will end the stream. I don't know whether I'm allowed to, but yeah.
No, just end it.
All right then.
Everyone is